7 entries in it right now. And as you'll be able to see in just a few moments, we really have some excellent competitors. Larry McDonald, president of the Putnam County Fair Board. Certainly the board and those in charge have made some great decisions. We're located this year on a permanent stage that is at the end of the grandstand. I guess it's the west end of the grandstand. And certainly what a wonderful view we have from here. You'll be able to see we have cameras set up throughout the grandstands as well as here. Of course, last night had a terrific concert here on the ground. And there are events each and every night for your family to enjoy. So we hope that you'll take advantage of this 10-night county fair and come on down. We've got a lot of exciting events tonight. There are actually 25 classes this evening, and we are just in class number 2. We had just a moment ago, juvenile pleasure. This is the 2-year-old walking, and they will ask, I believe, for them to line up as the judge will make his decision. Gary Brewington is our on-stage announcer, and Gary Maynard is chairman of the show. We appreciate you tuning in and being with us this evening, but we certainly do encourage you to come on down to the fair if you can at all, because there's nothing like being here. There's great food, all kinds of terrific rides, and of course the exhibits are just fabulous this year. I think you'll really enjoy it. So make your way to the county fair sometime this week. Hopefully tonight. Love to see you come down tonight. Now I believe tomorrow night they have some gospel singing. Monday night, of course, will be the Fairest of the Fair contest and all the other beauty pageants. And then on Tuesday night, we'll be bringing you coverage, of course, on Monday night. And on Tuesday night, we will actually replay the mountain dance, which is taking place tonight. If you would enjoy seeing the mountain dance, that's one of the things that they're doing. They're having Open to the World Horse Show and mountain dance all at the same time. And our crew will be in both places doing a terrific job. And so Tuesday night, we'll bring you that event, that mountain dance event on Tuesday evening, beginning at 7 o'clock. Wednesday night, I believe, the motorcycle races. Thursday night, of course, is the Putnam County Horse Show. Friday night, we will not be broadcasting from the fair live, but we certainly will be on the air with some terrific programming. And then on Saturday night will be the Open to the World Mule pulling contest, I believe. So going to switch things around a little bit from the way we've done them here in the past, and we hope that you'll be with us. I believe the judge has brought his decision to the announcer, and so we're going to turn it over now to Gary Brewington. Well, nope, not yet. I don't believe Gary's ready. This is the 2-year-old walking class, and there are 7 entries in this particular class. I do want to remind you that tomorrow at 1 o'clock, there is a family picnic. Now, this is open to anyone, and there will be all kinds of terrific games and things going on. I believe they're supplying, I'm not sure if they're supplying food, but I believe they're supplying drink. And they want to encourage you to come out with your family. There's no admission charge. And get back to what the fair has always been, an event for the family. At 1:30, the volleyball contest will start tomorrow. And then the sheep show will be at 2 o'clock. And then at 8 o'clock tomorrow night, there will be gospel music. Gold City is the name of the group. We're going to turn it over to Gary Brewington for the winners of this class.
Presenting the awards in class number 2, your 2-year-old walking class. Senior Fairest of the Fair, Mary John Chaffin. Are escorted by her grandson, Jonathan Reed Chaffin. She works at Abert Express. Lives in Allgood and married to Ralph Chaffin for 41 years. Senior Fairest of the Fair, Miss Mary John Chaffin and her escort, Jonathan. Let's give them a big round of applause. They'll be presenting the ribbons at the night show throughout the night. We have the results in class number 2. Your 2-year-old walking class. Going to ask the winner of the class, if you will, please ride to your left and down the rail for presentation. First place in the blue in this 2-year-old class goes to entry number 217 in the spotlight. Roy Fox, rider from Mr. Miss Roy Fox Cookville, number 217 in the spotlight for the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors, you'll ride the same section, please. Reserving the class goes to entry number 37, Pride Super Flat. Greg Quiswell ran the honor of Cookville. 37 is reserved. Award goes into number 244, Generators Grand Slam. Alfred Jones riding for Charles Grove, Somerville, West Virginia. 244 is third. Fourth award goes into number 28, Dark Spirits, Colt 45. Teresa Lloyd riding for Barbara and Owen. Cookville, number 28, is fourth. And your fifth award goes into 240, Turbo's Perfection. Terry Gibbons riding for Miss Rex Hilton. Number 240 is fifth.
We hope that you are enjoying our coverage of the Open to the World Horse Show. This is a main event at the Putnam County Fair, and we are thrilled that you're with us. Of course, we certainly hope that you will take the opportunity to come down to the fair. We are having 25 classes tonight, and we just finished, I believe, our second class, and so you can tell that we'll have plenty of event going on tonight. You'll have plenty of time to get down here. We do want to take this opportunity to let you know that we're having a membership drive during the county fair. Once again, we are encouraging you that if you appreciate our local production, you appreciate having events of this nature covered from our region, our area, events like the Smithville Fiddlers Jamboree, Putnam County Fair, and all the concerts and sports activities, as well as our regular shows like Upper Cumberland Camera and Sportsman's Trail and Cumberland Cooking. We hope that you'll give us a call. Right now, we have volunteers in our fair booth, and we certainly encourage you to come by when you come to the fair and visit the fair booth. And we will have volunteers here tonight answering our telephone. We want to say a special thank you to Marilyn Wicker and also Kristen Wells, who are standing by the phone. But all you have to do is go to the phone, call 528-2222 or 1-800-282-9283, and put your support to public television. Not only public television, but especially and particularly during this event, local programs. If you can pledge $5, $10, whatever amount, it certainly would be appreciated. As you know, it's quite expensive to cover local events with the amount of equipment and crews and time, but it's something that you have told us that you appreciate and you've told us that you enjoy. So we hope that you'll take this opportunity to support that with your membership dollars. Our basic membership, I believe, is at $30, and you will receive our monthly program guide each and every month. You can spread your payments out throughout the year if you would appreciate doing that. And our operators are on standby there waiting for you to call, can give you more information about that. The number again is 528-2222, 1-800-282-9283. We're now in our third class, Light Shod Pleasure Specialty. So we hope that if you're enjoying this, that you will support your PBS station, Channel 22. In this third class, our judge, by the way, is David Robbins. And we have, I believe, 4 entries in this class. 5. Just to let you know who's in the class. Number 201 is Flasher's Eagle with Wayne Wright on the saddle. Number 731 is Living Genius with Noble Stout. Brandon Stout, the trainer. The owner is Locust Grove Farm. Entry number 70 is John's Midnight Sun, Brenda Turnage. And there you see Brenda right now. DNR Stables of Sparta, the trainer. And Joanne and Gina Brooks of Shelbyville, the owner. Brenda, of course, one of our great volunteers for Channel 22. We certainly appreciate the whole Turnage family. And Brenda was having a little trouble with her horse when she first came into the ring, but it seems like she's getting him under control there. Number 247 is Threats Mystery with Mike Bowman. Well, it may be Threat Mystery Lady, I believe. And Sparkling Generator with rider Casey Gibbons from Westall, Tennessee. So we do have 5 entries in this particular class. This is the Light Shod Pleasure Specialty. We're so fortunate again this year to have Wayne Neighbors on the organ back here. He does a terrific job every year. Cousin Wayne. He certainly, his music sets the stage for the riders and helps with the gait. I believe they've asked them to reverse and go continue to flat walk. Last night at the county fair here, they had the Country Giant concert. Of course, there were paid grandstand tickets were required, but the concert featured Wade Hayes, Ty Herndon, and Mila Mason. Of course, this main arena events are sponsored by Coca-Cola, and we certainly are enjoying this new stage. I believe there you see Casey Gibbons of Westville, Tennessee on Sparkling Raider. You know, summer just would not be complete without being able to come to the county fair. Many of you tell us how much you appreciate our coverage because you're no longer able to attend the fair in person. And we appreciate hearing that. That means a lot to know that we're providing a coverage for you that can bring back those special memories and that enjoyable feeling of being at the fair. But we do encourage you, if you can at all, make your way to the county fair, support it. Be a part of it because there's nothing like being here. It's wonderful. You'll be able to see. They've got the grandstands looking terrific. Everything looks great. It looks like it's in great shape. Lots of terrific food here. The country store looks like it's up and running. And, of course, the judging for the events, I believe, took place. The agricultural events and all the homemade items, the cooking and the baking, all that took place today. And so they've announced the winners here. And, you know, it's always fun to come and see them at the first of the fair when they look nice and fresh. All those pies and all that good stuff that they have to eat is ready to be previewed right now. And come by and see who got the blue ribbon. I believe they've asked them to line up for the judging now. This is the light shod pleasure specialty class. And the judge is walking by and asking them back up. We just saw Brenda Turnage there, and I believe that's Casey Gibbons. This is Noble Stout backing up right there. That was Wayne Wright, I believe, and Mike Bowman. Some great competition in this particular class. There are 25 classes tonight. So we encourage you to stay with us and enjoy coverage from the fair. This is the 71st annual Putnam County Fair. It will continue through the 23rd. It actually started Thursday night, and it will continue through the 23rd. There are great events planned each and every day. Tomorrow, again, the family picnic, the volleyball, sheep show, and of course tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, a free event here in the arena, the gospel music featuring Gold City, and of course that's sponsored by Coca-Cola. Monday evening, they'll have events during the day, 4-H events. Also then beginning at 6 o'clock, we will have our pageant events in the ring, and we will start our coverage, I believe, at 7 o'clock. Tuesday night, there is a United Shows concert with free grandstand, and you can bring lawn chairs for arena seating, I believe. That starts at 7 o'clock. Of course, our coverage will actually feature the mountain dance competition that is taking place tonight. Wednesday is Senior Citizens Day beginning at 10 o'clock, and they encourage all the senior citizens in the area to come and take part in that. Wonderful day of fun. Get a chance to go through the country store, the women's building. I'm not sure called the women's building anymore. It may be called the crafts and baked goods building, because I know there are guys that enter that too. And on Thursday, of course, is the Putnam County Horse Show. We'll be covering that. Wednesday night will be the motorcycle races. We'll be covering that. Friday evening will be the Upper Cumberland Kennel Club and the tractor pull. I believe will both be taking place on two different parts of the arena. I believe they're going to announce the winners now, so we're going to turn it over to Gary Brewing.
I'll ask the winner of the class, if you will, please right out and to your right. Down to the announcer stand for presentation. The first place in blue in this line shot pleasure specialty class goes to entry number 273 Sparkling Generator. K.C. Gibbons, the owner rider, whistle for 273 Sparkling Generator, and K.C. Gibbons to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors to ride the same direction. Reserve of the class goes to 731 Living Genius. Noble Stout riding for the Locust Grove Farms, Cookville. 731 Living Genius is reserved. Third award goes to entry number 70, Dawn's Midnight Sun. Brenda Turnage riding for Joanne and Jim Brooks. Cheval, number 70, Dawn's Midnight Sun is third. Fourth award goes to entry number 201. Flash's Eagle. Wayne Wright riding the owner of Cookville. 201, Flash's Eagle is fourth. And your fifth award goes to entry number 247, Fritz Mystery. Mike Bowman, the owner, number 247 is fifth. All right, let's take a look at the blue ribbon winners that make a victory pass. It's entry number 200.
And the first place winner there, K.C. Gibbons, will be making a victory pass around the arena. There you see that new stage. There she goes, K.C. Gibbons, first place winner. There you see our stage, the new permanent stage here at the Putnam County Fair. It's beautiful. It's huge. They can do some really terrific concerts. And I'm sure that Sunday night's concert, of course, will be featured here as well. The lighting is great. And as Brenda Turnage went through there, a lot of her friends here, of course, who know her from the great TV auction, know her nickname is Vanna because she displays all of our merchandise for us. And so they were shouting out for her. Congratulations to Brenda and all the others who did a terrific job there on that particular class. Now, coming up next, we've got the Spotted Plantation Pleasure Specialty class. And this, I believe, is sort of a, I don't know if it's a Western. Maybe it could be either one. A lot of the riders I think you'll see will be in a Western attire. And so this is a class, I guess with it being a painted pony, that could go either way. You're going to see a lot of Western attire and just some really beautiful horses in this particular category. Now you see that this is the Spotted Plantation Pleasure Specialty class. And in this class,
it's a new one. They've been on just a couple of years to put it in. We put it in.
Gary Maynard just told me that this is a brand new class, actually, that they've been after him for a couple of years to add this class to the Open of the World Horse Show. And I think it's going to be a good one, Gary. We've got Sarah Summers on My Darling Dolly, entry number 179. Jennifer Hudson up on Billy Bob's Domino, number 149. There you see 245. That's Rick Bay of Livingston on Ebony's Fancy Shadow. And also in this particular category, we've got Doug McDonald on Ace's Gold Coin, number 243. And ladies, certainly in this particular category, have on some beautiful Western attire. Not only do they have some gorgeous looking horses, but they certainly are decked out as well. There again, you see Rick Beatty, and I guess before was Doug McDonald. Yeah, look how gracious and gorgeous she is, and the horse. Look at all that bridal work on the horse. It's just beautiful. The judge for this particular class is David Robbins. So I think David is our judge most of the evening. Usually for the Western class, I believe they have a different judge. Again, Gary Maynard is the show chair for this show. Wayne Neighbors playing the organ, doing a great job. Now, they've moved him into a running walk a little bit faster. This is a brand new class, a spotted plantation specialty class. And Gary said they've been after him for a while to put that in. Now, coming up next is going to be the gated pleasure mule class. And after that, the favorites, of course, the lead line class. And there are numerous entries in that. They've asked him to line up now for the spotted plantation specialty class. Get a good look at all the riders and their horses. I wanted a painted pony. This would be a good class. I bet those things can take off, though. Probably have to have pretty good control there. It's a beautiful evening for the Putnam County Fair. It's been it has been a warm day. Most of you have been out, know that it's been pretty hot today, but there's a gorgeous moon out tonight, and lots of folks there you see it. Barry Ledbetter doing a great job picking that one out. Look how beautiful this is. I mean, you just can't beat it. What a perfect night. There's a nice even though it was warm today, it's really cooled down. There's a nice little breeze. So there's plenty to do and see and experience here at the Putnam County Fair. We hope that you'll make your way down here. Tonight, of course, we do, as I mentioned, 25 classes. That means we still have 20 to go. Actually, 21 to go. So there's plenty of time for you to come on down. People here are so helpful. You'll find plenty of parking available. It only costs $1 to get in. Lots of great fun and entertainment. Food, one of my favorite things. And this is a new class, as we mentioned. We've got a lot of prize money in this particular show tonight. This is the Open to the World Horse Show. And many of you know that this event is usually the last evening during the county fair. But because of rearranging things, hoping to gain some horses that might go on down to Shelbyville, they've switched it around, and they brought in the mule. Actually, they've switched and put the mule pulling down on the last night and to open the World Horse Show tonight. And then they will still keep the county horse show then on Thursday night. And we're happy to have with us Debbie Norris. Debbie, how are you?
I'm doing fine, and I'm just so happy to be here and see these beautiful horses tonight.
Well, I've missed you. I'm glad you're here. And maybe, you know, Gary Maynard told me that this was a new class, that he'd been having people really wanting to get a spotted pony class, I guess.
Spotted plantation specialty class. This is getting to be more and more popular because these are horses like you see out on the farm, truly. But they're walking horses, and they go at the Walking Horse State, and they have their own breeders association. Just like the quarter horse breeders have association and the walking horse breeders, so they have a spotted horse breeders association. So these horses are all registered spotted walking horses or spotted plantation horses.
And I just talked right through whoever got the blue ribbon. I'm not sure who it was. Oh, well.
Doug McDonald.
Did he get the
Aces Gold Coin?
There we go. He sure did. There you go. Good job.
Right.
What a gorgeous night it is. It's absolutely a beautiful night. And, Debbie, we're glad you're here. And
I'm so
we're glad you're here. We want to take this opportunity to let you know that we are holding a membership drive during the county fair. We normally hold 2 a year. As you know, March is the big time when we ask you to pledge your support public television. But also, last year and again this year, put a heavy emphasis on our local programming during this time. So if people, it's sort of a local programming campaign. If you really enjoy having events like this covered, we hope that you'll pledge your support.
I hope you do, too.
Now
so we can come back.
That's right. That's right. We do have 2 wonderful volunteers in our booth, and it's warm under there tonight. Hasn't been a good breeze going through. There's a great breeze out here, but we certainly appreciate Marilyn Wicker and Kristen Wells for holding court in there and answering the phones. We encourage you to pledge your support for local programming here on WCTE. Support your public television station because we bring you not only this kind of programming, but also the very best from PBS for your children and for the whole family. So give us a call tonight, 528-2222 or 1-800-282-9283. And we'll be back in just a minute with class number 5, the Gaited Pleasure Mule.
Tonight's live coverage of the Open to the World Horse Show is underwritten locally by McWilliams Realty and Auction, selling the Upper Cumberland for over 20 years. McWilliams features family and executive homes, land, farms, and commercial property. McWilliams Realty and Auction, South Willow Avenue, Cookeville. Their goal is your satisfaction. And by Wilmeth Insurance Agency Incorporated, an independent agent serving the insurance needs of this area since 1939 by providing all types of insurance coverage, including auto, home, farm, business, life, and health. Wilmeth Insurance Agency, located on the corner of Dixie and Reagan Streets in Cookeville. And by the financial support of viewers like you.
And you know, I saw Brenda.
All right, and we've got our gaited pleasure mules on the rail. And Becky, they're walking. This is the same gait that a walking horse has. It's not a trot.
But it's a mule.
It's a mule that walks. Doesn't talk, but he walks. And Judge is looking for pretty much the same thing you would with a walking horse. He's watching for the movement of the feet in this gait. Last year we were really fortunate because we had a couple of we had the world champions gaited pleasure mule. And I'm not sure, but I think we do again this year.
Now, they're not going to ask these mules a canter, are they?
No, I don't think so. But, you know, these men really have to work these mules real hard to get them to be under control, because the old saying, stubborn as a mule. What they do is they take a real good mule, and they, may be getting this backwards, and they breed it to a walking mare.
Oh.
And get these colts that are able to do this gait.
Do the gate. Well, they're pretty cool looking there.
And they're on the reverse. This is the last half of this class. And we're looking at CB's Buttercup with Charles Bailey up. CB's Crow with Jordan Bailey. Charles Joe Boyd with Miriam Bond. We've got a lady in here tonight.
There she is. There's Miriam.
And Don't Call Me Today, Allred Jones from Jamestown, and Little Lisa Jane with Carl Smith up from Hillhound. And the judges asked for him to go at a pleasure gate, which is kind of saddling him along. But it's a real smooth ride for these riders, if you'll notice. And this is their favorite gate on the last half of this class.
We've got a young rider in there, too, so there's no age limit then on this particular category.
If
Now,
you can sit on there, you can ride.
and what do you think? What do you think about the fact that they've switched the nights?
Well, I think it's really going to be a great opportunity for us, because we'll be able to see some better horses tonight than we've been seeing in our county fair. I know, for instance, Heidi McWilliams showing a horse tonight that she'll be showing in Chevyville next week. And in fact, this is her first time in the show ring with this horse tonight.
Oh, is that right?
So it'll be exciting to watch. But we have some real good top horses here tonight, Becky.
Well, I know earlier Brenda Turnage was on a horse owned by somebody from Shelbyville.
Yes. See, normally the last Saturday night of our fair is the first Saturday night of the World Championship Walking Horse Show in Shelbyville, Tennessee. And they have to show in the first nights to qualify for the championship night. So if they come here, they missed it, and they're out.
Right.
And these people work real hard for this all year long.
So this was probably a good opportunity then for them to be able to do both, to stay in for this one, and then they can still next Saturday night.
It's real good, because a lot of times they like to see just one more time what they can do before they get to Shelbyville, and see if they need to do any more adjustments before they go into that World Championship show.
Okay. Now they've asked them to line up. And our judge is David Robbins. And our ring announcer is Gary Brewington. So we'll be going to Gary here in just a moment for the winners. Coming up, we've got a lead line class is next, and we've got quite a few entries in that. That's one of your favorite classes, isn't
That's
it?
one of my favorite classes. All the little kids.
That's right. And everybody comes out a winner, I think.
Now, our costume class is going to be on Thursday night
Okay. At the county show.
at the county show.
Now, you have to be a resident of Putnam County to enter that show. Is that correct?
That's right. Used to, you could be a member of the Upper Cumberland Horseback Riders Association.
Oh, okay.
So
I
I think
see.
if you're either,
Either or,
I
you
think-
can enter.
no, for Putnam County residents, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it says all horses shown must be owned by residents of Putnam County 30 days prior to show date.
They used to let them in if they were a member of the Upper Cumberland Horseback Riders Association. So that's a little different, and maybe has been different for a couple of years. But the judge, this pause time that we have, is when the judge goes around and he looks at each animal and judges the animal conformation to see which one got the best build for his breed, and then he's adjusting his tally sheet.
So if he had any question, he could potentially decide right here.
Yes, if he's got a tie between two mules, I keep wanting to say horses, then it's the same theory. If he's tied between two, the confirmation could be the tie. And then if you'll notice, Marion's backing up. In the pleasure classes with the horses, each horse has to back up a minimum of 3 steps and then come back forward as the judge comes around and calls them.
And over to
The
the
judges
judges stand to
ask for the
receive your
winner.
award. If you enjoyed this mule class, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. Your gated pleasure mule class. Go announce the winner, if you will, please ride this way, and it's entry number 526, CB's Buttercup. Charles Bailey, the owner riders, number 526, CB's Buttercup, and Charles Bailey to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors, if you'll ride the same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes to 358, Little Liza Jane. Carl Smith, the owner rider of Hillham, 358 is reserved. Third award goes to 249, CB's Crow. Jordan Bailey, the owner rider, 249 is third. Fourth award goes to 244, Don't Call Me Toby. Alfred Jones riding the owner of Jamestown, 244 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to 228, Charles Joe Boy. Marion Baum riding, and the owner, number 228, is fifth.
Okay.
Coming up, okay, Debbie. We've got, who took first place in that?
Our first place winner was CB's Buttercup with Charles Bailey up. And Little Liza Jane with Carl Smith up was our second place winner. Our third place winner was CB's Crow with Jordan Bailey up. Fourth place was Don't Call Me Today with Alfred Jones. And Marion Vaughn with the fifth place on Charles Go Boy.
Now, coming up next is
And Zippo with Johnny Thornsberry up from
station here, most PBS stations throughout the country in large metropolitan areas, and none of those stations interface out in the community like Channel 22 does. This local programming, you wouldn't find this in a big metropolitan area. And what allows Channel 22 to bring you this kind of coverage, the Putnam County Fair and some other events throughout the Upper Cumberland area throughout the year, is support from members. And during the membership drive, we ask you to call in and become a member and voice your support and your financial support for Channel 22. Channel 22 faces a reduction in government funding through the PBS system, and we've got to make up those dollars to keep our local public broadcasting station on the air. And these folks at Channel 22 work long and hard to bring you productions such as the Putnam County Fair. So I'm going to walk on out of here, and I'll give it back to Debbie Norris, and I want all you folks come out and enjoy the 71st edition of Putnam County Fair, and I'll see you at Class 11.
all right. Great job, Larry. Thank you. We hope that you will give us a call now. We're in the Country Pleasure Light Shot class, and Debbie, we've got quite a few entries in this class.
Larry's just wonderful to come in and...
Isn't he great? I mean, here he's, you know, I know he's just busy, but he never stops, never, doesn't take, you know, doesn't miss a beat to be up here with us and help us out.
And we're in the Country Pleasure Light Shot class. And we've lost a rider. We've got a rider down. So we've got a timeout until we get horse and rider back together and see what kind of shape our little ride's in. And she seems to be fine. And that's Selena Compton on Bad Moon Rising. And she's from Jamestown. Selena Compton. And this is our country pleasure light shod class. And of course,
did you see what happened?
No, I didn't. I was starting to read these names out.
Right.
I just looked up and we had a horseless rider. A horseless rider.
Somebody a riderless horse.
Yeah, somebody will call in about that.
Well, just because you don't know how to make a mule.
Well,
you know, I think you did pretty good. What did you say?
You breed a mule to a mare. I mean, what's the difference? You breed a mare to a mule. I mean, you made them. They get married.
Whatever. We know.
We're
Look
not
at this little rider. My goodness. 476. What is that? Do we even have that one down? I don't believe we do. She is cute as a button. And small and a good rider, too. There she is. Look at that
That may
child.
be Casey Gibbons.
No, I don't think so, because
No?
Casey won an earlier class.
Then it's not Casey.
She was bigger than that. Unless,
Okay.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. She took a potion in the back or something. 7, what was her number? She's cute. Boy, we got some great riders here. And now, the attire, is it different in this class?
Well, this is a country pleasure light shod. So they're walking horses, but they can come in English attire, the English riding attire, or they can come in the country western attire, either one. Some classes and some shows designate that this is a western pleasure light shod class, and some designate that it's an English. So it doesn't really matter, and so that's not going to count against them in this class tonight.
Now, Melanie Beckwith is in this class. I always enjoy seeing Melanie. She's got on that beautiful green jacket.
And we held a right with Hard Feelings up. Perfection's Dark Side with Lee Little.
Billy Bob's Domino with Jennifer Hudson up.
Taco Bell with Amanda Anderson.
Prime's Magic Performance with Chris Mackey up from Crossville.
Rick Beatty of Livingston's here on Ebony's Fancy Shadow.
Martha Williford on Buck Stitch of Cookville.
11th Hour Storm, Melanie Beckwith. I like that name.
I do too. Casey Gibbons is up on No Mercy.
Wilson's Gray Mist with Ruth Tudor up from 10 Mile, Tennessee. And our Bad Moon Rising had Selena Compton up from Jamestown.
Mike Bowman on Threats Mystery Lady.
And Go Boys Carbon Queen with Ed Bowman from Crossville, Windy Hill Farms.
So quite a large class, actually.
This is really a good class, and they're still on their first way around. Well, we've lost another rider.
Yeah, she was having trouble, and I thought she was coming up to be excused.
This is Chris
But,
Mackey.
On Prime's Magic Performance out of Crossville.
And she's still got the horse. She's got his reins, but he's not going to let her back on, I don't think. And she's asking permission to be excused from the show ring and just take him on back to the barn. And, of course, Becky, you know, the thing about it is that it's just like when the other girl fell off the horse a while ago. You have to get back on and ride. So just because she's leaving the ring doesn't mean she's not going to be riding that horse anymore tonight.
She'll be back on.
She'll be back on him the minute she gets back behind this barn.
Well, now, horses get spooked, kind of, when they get out here.
They get spooked and they get real keyed up. It's just like when we go on the air or anybody is going to do anything in front of anybody, they get real keyed up. Well, the horses do too. And you see how some of these horses are real spirited. And that one just got a little too spirited. And, of course, the people here like to lean over the rail and wave, but it's really not good to do.
And do the horses, are they bothered by the music, or?
No, in fact, a lot of these walking people, a lot of these trainers, not just walking horse people, but people that have a lot of show horses have music that they play in their barns all the time, so that their horses are used to that, and they like to listen to music just like we do. But
we can't. You just can't beat Wayne Neighbors either.
no,
I mean,
no,
what a
that's
wonderful.
great.
He's great. He can play anything.
And of course, it's just like Larry when he was down working in the fair stuff a while ago. You can tell by the music what classes are in there. You can tell what gate they're in, because the tempo picks up with that gate that they're in. And they just ask them to go at their pleasure gate, a show pleasure gate, which is just a little bit faster than they were going.
We want to thank good friends again from City Square Cafe for this fresh brewed sweet tea.
And it's delicious.
Man, is it great. And they have that at, at the booth. It's not instant canned or anything else. It's the real thing.
And Becky, do you have a favorite picked out?
Well, I'd be really partial to that little rider because she's so good.
She really is.
She's something else.
And her horse is really good.
But there's so many excellent riders in here that it would be hard to judge.
Now, what color is that horse?
That gray one?
That one. That's a buckskin.
A buckskin?
A buckskin.
Well, it's kind of a tan gray, the one with the dark mane and
with
tail.
the black mane
See,
and
that's
tail.
the one that I always wanted.
Tan.
You've never called it a buckskin before.
Yeah, that's a buckskin. That's what Matt Dillon always wrote.
I want a buckskin.
Yeah, but what you like, the white mane and tail, a palomino.
That's right, that's right. But now I think I want one of those buckskins.
I like the buckskin better.
Well, then they've got like dark feet too, dark stockings.
And if his coat were just a little bit darker, then he would be a bay, more red.
It's kind of that light tan.
Yeah, real light. That's a buckskin.
He's over there in front of the women's building, right? White hat and shirt.
It's unusual. And that's one of our spotted pleasure horses.
And those are growing in popularity.
Oh, they're really affordable horses. But Becky, these good show spotted horses are bringing big money now.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, so a lot of people that had these and they're raising them are beginning to see a little bit more profit in them than they did last.
Well, we were talking, the horse business is certainly an expensive endeavor, isn't it? It's not just your average hobby that you can go.
It's not a money-making proposition.
And even just to get just your basic old horse to have out in the field still isn't cheap, are they? I mean,
no. I mean, you've got the horse and you've got him in the field. But then you've got to maintain the field. You've got to maintain the fences. And you've got to keep that field bush hog so that the weeds stay out of it. They've always got grass to eat. And then, now that's a roan. She's on a roan.
She's on a roan?
She's on a roan horse.
Okay. That's beautiful, too.
Oh, it is.
So there's just so much that goes into it.
And then you need to feed them, supplement their feed, because they can't just live off the pasture.
Right.
So you supplement them with sweet feed or corn. And then, of course, hay in the fall and the winter and the spring. And then you've got to always make sure they've got water, and if the water's frozen, you've got to break that ice up. It's just a lot of fun. But it is. It's just fun to listen to them eat. And they're always standing there waiting for you when you get ready to go in the morning. Don't leave until you fed me.
I'm kind of like that, too.
Yeah. And then you've got to, especially now during the summer, you set salt blocks out for them, big blocks, and salt.
Why do you do that?
So that they have that extra salt and mineral in diet.
Because they
need
sweat.
and it's really good for them. But then the deer come and get on.
Uh-oh.
And so I went home last night, I had 4 deer.
On your salt block?
Well, they were in the field. It was so cute.
Well, yeah. Now, what's he doing here? He's asking him to back up.
Every horse has to back up a minimum of 3 steps backwards as the judge calls on them. If he'll nod his head or say something to them. And then after they back up, he tells them, okay, that's good enough. But they have to back up a minimum of 3 steps. And then they come back forward when he's seen enough. And they're judged on this. If they can't back, then that goes against them. So that backing's just as important as all the rest of it. And so he judges for their slow walk, their pleasure walk. Some people call it, then he judges them for conformation, which is their build, and then for the backing.
But like with anything else, I mean, a horse that would normally act well all the time could all of a sudden decide he wasn't going to, right?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Just say, I'm not going there.
He could. But, you know, these people ride every day. They ride their horses every day. And they go through all of these gates every day. And part of their practice is to sit, to just, when they get through work, to park their horse out and sit, and then they'll back up, and they'll go forward. Then they'll sit there a while, and they'll back. But that's just as
Just to
important.
practice it.
Yeah, that's just as important as getting out and riding.
I believe Gary Brewington has our winners now for this class, as the judge has made his decision. Our judge is David Robbins, and we will be finding out who the winner will be here.
Class number 8, your country pleasure light shod class. Going to have winner of this class, if you will, please ride out to your left and down to the judges stand for presentation. In the first place in the blue, and this country pleasure light shod class goes to entry number 678. Go Boys, Carbon Queen. Ed Bowman riding for Ed Bowman Jr. Crossfull, 678. Go Boys, Carbon Queen, and Ed Bowman to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors, you'll ride the same direction. Please reserve it in class. Goes to number 203, Hard Feelings. Nell Durant, the owner rider, Cookville. 203 is reserved. Third award goes to entry number 700, Bums Dancing Shadow. DM Christian riding. And the owner, Rock Island, number 700 is third. Fourth award goes to entry number 273, No Mercy. Katie Gibbons, the owner rider, Whistle. 273 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to entry number 198, Taco Bell. Amanda Anderson, the owner rider, Gainsborough, 198 is fifth. Let's give the remaining class a round of applause to show them your appreciation, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, and we're here with Wayne Neighbors. And we've just enjoyed watching Ed Bowman win first place, Cowboys Carbon Queen.
I know Ed.
And
Across Vegas, Tennessee.
across Vegas, and you certainly helped him out with that music.
Gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Tell us, how do you know what you're going to do? What you're going to play?
A lot determines for me on, well, good. All right. Good. Well, hey, we're on TV. Oh, mercy. Hey, can I say hello to, okay. Look, how do I know what I'm going to play? It really depends on what kind of horse it is. If it's plantation players, if it's something, you know, that they're going to walk kind of slow, if they're going to walk kind of fast, if they're going to do some fast gates, you pull faster, a little slower type thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the songs, sometimes you slip in a few sneak songs.
I do.
Like White Christmas.
I tell you what, it is amazing to watch folks' reaction to Jingle Bells and White Christmas, especially hotter than 400 thunders out here. You know what I'm saying? Mercy. Hey, you know what? Me and you've been over here at this fairgrounds for a whole long time in this Cookville. You know.
Becky and I were talking about it a while ago. Our company's had a booth under the grandstand for over 30 years.
Over 30 years?
Yes.
Gosh.
Robertson Realty, yeah.
You're only 26, though,
well,
aren't you?
that's right. Of course, our company's going to be 100 years old next year. So, but then you've been here and working with the fair. And how many years have you been here playing?
This is my 16th year.
Good
here
grief.
playing. Yeah. You know, I used to, I was telling somebody a while ago, I used to come to the fair and watch Colonel Jones play the organ several years ago. And God bless his heart. And I used to just say, man, I want to do that one of these days. And so the Colonel had some sickness, some circulation trouble, and the doctor said, you got to quit playing. And they asked me to play, and that was 16 years ago, and we're still here. How about
Well, see, years ago, what happened, and still does, is that all these families go around. This is a family sport, just like this family thing for y'all, that you go to these horse shows every weekend, and all these families look forward to seeing each other. And so I, like you, remember going and watching Captain Jones and listening to him play, and while we all get ready to show and go in the show ring and show against each other.
Yeah.
And so, but it's just a wonderful family activity.
It really is. It really is. And over the last 16 years, you know, in traveling and meeting folks, it's been pretty neat to meet all these folks and travel. And gosh, I played in Indiana and Georgia and Kentucky and Alabama and South Carolina and Florida and around. And
I don't think the people here realize how fortunate we are that you live here in the Upper Cumberland area and that you give this time to the county and work with us. And
it's fun. It really is.
And we've got Brenda Turnage in on
That's
this class.
Vanna there. What
yeah. And where the judges asked for these horses to go on into a running walk. And this is our walking show pleasure specialty class. And Brenda happens to be on last pitch. And she's doing a great job.
She sure is.
We've got Harold Young up on Pinto from Sparta. The owner is Green and Lance from McMinnville. Sandy Kennedy is riding Beans High and Low. Her husband, Tony Kennedy's the trainer.
Yeah.
Tracy Highsmith is riding for Terry Gibbons from Kodak, Tennessee on Man Alive.
All right.
And Natasha Stidham is on Delight's Energizer. You know, they really can't function as well.
I know. That's why I'm going to get over and play and turn this back over to.
If you have a favorite, call in to WCTE TV and give us your request. And call your pledge at the same time.
Call your pledge in. Yeah, let's see.
You call pledge in, and we'll be sure that Wayne plays.
We'll do it. We'll come back and check you a little bit. All right.
And Natasha Stidham is up on Delight's Energizer, and Ruth Tudor is up on Dr. Adair's. You know,
I think they just stopped waiting for Wayne. They decided they weren't going to go anymore.
The judges asked for him to reverse and continue at a flat foot walk. If you notice on these horses, when he asked them to reverse, they literally pull in face first to the ring, to the rail, the fence, we call it the rail, and they walk. And sometimes they adjust the curb bit, which is the chain on their bridle, and let the horse blow, get a fresh breath of air, and then they continue on the rail at a flat foot walk. Everything for walking horses comes out of a flat foot walk.
Now, I noticed with Brenda, she took a few minutes longer than anybody else to start. Do you just kind of watch? And
you watch, and and the judge appreciates it if you will space yourself out. He doesn't want for all the horses to be crowded up together. See,
there's Brenda.
So what she tried to do was space herself out to give her a place alone. Now, her horse is good. Her horse is fast, and so she's catching up. Judges asked for him to go at a running walk. And so this is faster, showier gait. And you'll see how Brenda's horse is reaching up and underneath and reaching with the front feet way up high and out. And in this horse, the head is shaking in rhythm with the body movement. These are show pleasure horses, so they're not required to have a built-up tail. So their tail is more natural, or is natural. They do have built-up feet. I don't believe they have chains. They may have chains. They're not required to canter. They only go at a flat foot walk and a running walk. And that was our last go of the ring. So the judges asked for them to go at a flat foot walk. So he's asking now for them to come in on the south side and line up. And if you'll watch, Becky, these riders, some of them will set at the end of the ring and wait. And then they'll make one real quick, showy pass to go and park. Let's see where Brenda is.
Whoa, that one.
Yeah, sometimes they all have collisions. I wish I could show this. Maybe.
Man, neither one of them were looking where they were looking for the judge, and they just barely missed each other.
But see how, I mean, they were already where they're going to park.
Right.
They keep going so that they can go the opposite end of the ring and then make that one last flashy pass all the way across the show ring, hoping the judge will say, ooh,
what a great horse.
Yeah. That's part of your showmanship.
That's it.
It's fun. Until you run head into somebody else.
Like I thought that was what I was going to, because neither one of them, they were both looking at the judge, and they were just like,
and that's a no-no.
Two ships passing in the night. You know what happens there.
Janice Cass' husband is a wonderful horse trainer and judge, and Sonny said one time, he's training for us, and I was showing, and he caught me looking at the judge. He said, if I were the judge and I saw you, I would dismiss you. I would not. I don't care if you went heads down. I would not give you anything.
Because you were looking at her?
Never look at the judge.
Wow.
It's an insult to say, hey, are you looking at me?
But everybody does.
Are you looking at me? Well, you're not supposed to.
Oh, so they sneak and do it.
Yeah. And when you're riding and when you're in the show ring, and a lot of people don't understand this, they're waving at you, and they maybe think you're being snotty because you don't acknowledge them.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're showing a horse or any animal, and in fact, you cannot be grandstanding, as
Right.
you would call it. You have to go out there and show your animal. You have to have him under control. You've got to be a step ahead of that horse at all times, and know what you're doing and anticipate his next move. So if you're waving at your friends, and you're certainly not in control of your animal.
And that can count against you, I'm sure. Now, there's over $4,000 prize money tonight.
Wow.
Which is great. That's great. A terrific show.
This is
If you're just tuning in, you may not realize that normally our Open to the World Horse Show is on, or has been in the past, on the last evening of the fair. And instead, they switched it around and put it on the first Saturday, hoping to make sure they had a lot of great horses here and riders. And I think it was a wise move. It looks like the competition has been terrific this year.
I'm excited. I think Brenda made a wonderful show.
She did. And Brenda will be joining us later. Folks may know that Brenda Turnage joins us often during this, but she's been showing quite a bit tonight.
I know, we've missed her.
We have. So it'll be great to have her come by and help us out. Now, this is interesting. Does this count a lot? Look how dark all those horses get to Brenda's.
Well, Brenda's horses...
Oh, they're going to get the results. Okay. You have to tell me that in a minute.
We'll let Brenda share that with us in a minute.
Presentation. And first place in the Blue Walking Show Pleasure Specialty goes to entry number 40, Beams High and Low. Andy Kennedy, the owner rider of Cookville. Number 40, Beams High and Low to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honor, if you ride the same direction, please reserve the class, goes to entry number 238, Man Alive. Tracy Highsmith riding for Larry and Debbie Farley, Cookville. 238 is reserved. Forward goes to entry number 222, Delight's Energizer. Natasha Stidham riding for Mr. and Miss Gary Stidham of Cookville. 22 is third. Your fourth award goes to entry number 48, Patino. Harold Young riding for Green and Lance McMinnville. Number 48 is fourth, and fifth award goes to entry number 198, Dr. Adair's Threat. Ruth Tudor riding for Browning and Tudor Mile. Number 189 is fifth.
Tonight's live coverage of the Open to the World Horse Show is underwritten locally by McWilliams Realty and Auction, selling the Upper Cumberland for over 20 years. McWilliams features family and executive homes, land, farms, and commercial property. McWilliams Realty and Auction, South Willow Avenue, Cookville. Their goal is your satisfaction. And by Wilmoth Insurance Agency Incorporated, an independent agent serving the insurance needs of this area since 1939. By providing all types of insurance coverage, including auto, home, farm, business, life, and health. Wilmoth Insurance Agency, located on the corner of Dixie and Reagan Streets in Cookville. And by the financial support of viewers like you.
The Upper Cumberland's own public television station, WCTV-TV, Cookville, Tennessee.
We appreciate you being with us and joining us for this live coverage of the 71st Annual Putnam County Fair. I'm Becky Burra.
And I'm Debbie Norris, and we just got through watching the Walking Show Pleasure Specialty class.
Now, Debbie, we're only in that class 9. We're getting ready for class 10, which is Youth Western Pleasure, and I believe Larry may join us again for that. But we actually have 25 classes.
Oh, my
tonight.
gosh.
Larry McDonald, president of the Putnam County Fair Board, and certainly doing a terrific job this year with the fair. As every year he's been in the position, he really is such a tremendous asset, along with all the folks who have worked so hard on the fair board. That's you know, I'm sure that is a thankless job because you have so much to deal with. And it's, you know, it's a volunteer position. I mean, it's really something that is not easy to do, I'm sure. But they're doing it to try and make a better fair for all of us. So we appreciate the work of the fair board. Now we're into another class. This is
our juvenile class. The riders are all 17-year-old and under, and they're all on Tennessee walking horses. And they're on the show ring, on the rail, going at a run and walk, and the crowd's really getting excited. They like seeing these young kids on these high-performance show horses. And we have another prize son with Amanda Maxwell up, Erwin Maxwell, owner. Call Me Cash with Bill Love up with J.D. Buchanan, the trainer, and Bill Love's the owner. Daniel Hensley, the owner, trainer, and rider of Delight on the Delight of Genius.
Eric Lewis is on Delight's mark. Number 82, Rooster Bean is the trainer of Cookville, and Louise Hollingsworth is the owner.
And Natasha Stidham is on Ultra Spider-Man, owned by Mr. and Mrs. Gary Stidham.
Tiffany Wilhott is on Strides Tough Ace.
Or Act.
Strides Tough Act, 268. Joey Claiborne is the trainer, and Rick Matheny of Birchtown is the owner.
Okay, now she's on the rail going at a flat foot walk, making a great show. And if you'll notice, Becky, these riders try to keep their horses as close to the rail as possible. That's part of their showmanship. That's what they're supposed to do. The horses' hind legs are supposed to just slide up and underneath them. The judges ask for them to reverse and go in the opposite direction. So they'll take a break. They'll adjust their chin strap, their curb chain, and they'll let their horse rest a minute. And if you'll watch, they'll wait and space themselves out so that they're not all crowded up in one little bunch, so that each rider and horse is out by himself where the judge can get a real good look. Now, if you've got a couple of riders that are real competitive with each other and they both know they've got the two top horses, right, they might decide to try to get close to each other so they pass the other one up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sometimes it's fun. But see, now she's facing herself.
It out a little bit.
She's being a good showman, show person.
Now, you've talked about the tail and the...
All right, now we've got a cut tail, and they've got a brush. What they do is they cut the horse's muscle when it's real young, and then they put this brace up under its tail before they go in the show ring, and it doesn't hurt the horse, but it makes the tail stand up and be a little poof.
Mm-hmm.
There's other things they can do, too. There are humane devices that they use a lot of times. That's just a wig, a wire thing that's made with that curve in it that stands up, and then they put a wig over that. And so some of these tails
horses don't actually have not been cut.
Don't have cut tails. But the trainers and the owners take so much care of these tails. They never comb them out. They pick them out with their fingers.
Oh,
and
wow.
they rub them with baby oil, that tail and that mane every day.
Really?
Yes, and they buy a special horse conditioner, and use on them. And then, like this black horse, see how shiny his hooves are? Well, you know, they don't stay that way. So what they do is they put hoof flex on them every day when they're riding to keep their hooves pliable and keep them from getting an infection. And then when they come in the show ring, that hoof flex is real shiny and gives them a gloss. But before they come in the show ring, they polish them with black shoe polish or black spray paint to give them that real clean black shine. Yeah, shine.
And do these have chains?
They have chains on their front feet. They cannot have anything heavier than 6-ounce chain. The buckle that even holds the chain together, all of it, the whole thing cannot weigh more than 6 ounces. And for a horse, that's no more than a bracelet would be on you. So it's really, you know you've got that bracelet on, but it's not causing you any pain. But it does make you keep an eye on your, you know, what you're doing. And it does the same thing with the horse. It helps promote that high performance, that reach.
So a lot of, you know, I mean, a long time ago, I guess, there was some of an image problem saying that some horses were being mistreated.
Yes, every horse that comes into this show ring tonight has gone through a steward station. There's someone in back that's looking at the horses before they come show ring, and they feel of their feet to see if they've had any kind of illegal things done. Some people sword their horses.
To make them like a...
Or maybe the chains cause sores on their feet to make them step up and reach higher. So they have to go through an inspection station, and the person actually feels of that horse's foot. If that horse flinches any at all, then they can get not only turned down, but written up. And in some cases, these are federal charges.
Wow. So it's not something that you mess with. I mean,
No,
they really...
no.
And like you said, that so many people have such an investment in their horses that they're not going to do something
That's right.
that would hurt them.
And of course, you know, in every breed, you have things that people do to try to make them, their horse perform a little bit better. This happens to be what they did with the walking horses. I think they used to give the racehorses capping or something, and the quarter horse people used to do urine tests or draw blood on the Western horses because they wanted, sometimes they were accused of maybe giving their horse a shot in the tail because their tails are supposed to lay as flat against their bottom as possible, where the walking horse people even put ginger.
Oh, no.
Yeah, if they've got a horse that's got a cut tail, they've kept him in a tail set all the time. Instead of using this brace, they can just put a little ginger, and then you've got a poofed up tail.
Oh, my goodness.
And stay poofed up for the whole show. Now, if it were raining and bad weather, they don't have to set these tails.
Oh, they don't.
No, and these people are so particular with these tails because sometimes, see how long this one is? They want them to drag the ground. The older the horse is, the longer the tail.
I see.
So if it's raining or it's muddy show ring, they'll take one of the leg wraps and wrap it around the horse's tail
To keep it clean,
clean.
and they're not judged down on that.
No,
It's like that.
no, everybody does that. And that's how they work their horses at home. That's how they keep those horses during the day.
And I believe we're ready, I guess, to turn it over to Gary Brinton. It looks like he is getting the winners, maybe.
In fact, they have little bags they put after they put the horses in this tail brace. Then they have a little bag like a hairnet that they put their tail in and keep it up.
Class
so
number
that
11,
they
you
don't rub
juvenile
against the side of the barn.
Wow.
Age and under. Didn't all these riders do a great job, ladies and gentlemen? Let's give them a big round of applause. Your juvenile riders, 17 years of age and under. Going to ask the winner of the class, if you will please ride out and to your right down the rail and over in front of the judges stand to receive your award. And the first place in the blue in the class goes to entry number 222 Ultra Spider-Man. Natasha Stidham riding for Mr. and Mrs. Gay Stidham Cookville. 222 Ultra Spider-Man and Natasha Stidham to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors, if you'll ride the same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes number 23, Call Me Cash. Bill Love, riding the owner of Cookville, 23 is reserve. Third award goes to number 202, Another Pride Son. Amanda Maxwell, riding for Irvin Maxwell, Cookville, 202 is third. Fourth award goes to 537, The Delight of Genius. Daniel Hensley, the owner rider, 537 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to entry number 268, Strides Tough Act. Tiffany Wilhord riding for Richard Matheny of Birchtown, 268 is fifth. All right, let's take a look at that blue ribbon winner and give her a big round of applause. It's entry number 222. Ultra Spider-Man. Natasha Stidham making the blue ribbon ride for Mr. and Mrs. Gary Stidham of Cookville.
And she made a fine show as she takes her ride of Glory Becky as she rides around the ring. This is a great honor that every rider that wins first place has the pleasure of doing, and everybody wants to do this. You get that ribbon, and everybody else leaves the ring, and you're able to go around one more time and show your horse to its best. as you go out of the ring. And so they really push them. A lot of times you see them do a lot more as they go out than you did during the actual competition. And this next class is a very exciting, fun class. It's our flat shod racking class, and these horses move on. They get so fast.
Well, I love the giant wheel.
Isn't it great? Yeah.
Are you going to ride it, or have you already ridden it?
No.
No, which?
No.
Which? No, you
No,
won't
and
ride it?
no. How about you?
I think I might ride it.
I knew you would.
You know, I think it'd be fun.
Didn't I ride that with you when you shake it?
Yeah, I think so.
I knew that. I'm not ever, like Chandler says, never again.
Never again.
Neil Blythe took Chandler through the midway
Oh, goodness.
Thursday night. Well, they look so funny. He's so big,
You're
Chandler's
right.
so short.
Right.
And I couldn't find him. Neil's supposed to be guarding, you know, this money.
Yeah.
So he's guarding Chandler down in the midway. They're having more fun. But anyway, Chandler walks up that big wheel. Neil says, "This is the only thing I can ride." I thought, this big guy, that's the only
That's
thing.
the only
Neil-
thing ride.
Chandler took one look and said,
He wouldn't have done. No way.
uh-uh.
I think I want to try it. Well, you know, I like it better because it's got those little. It's not like a seat. It's got like one of those little bucket scoop things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But you know what that's for?
Uh-huh.
So when you throw up.
Oh, stop. Stop. You're so bad. Okay, what is this?
This is our flat shod racing class, and these horses get so fast, Becky. This is always one of our favorite classes, and certainly a crowd favorite. These horses are a lot like the walking horse. Their hind leg does their back end hind legs do the same thing that the walking horse does, only the front leg comes straight up, and their head's not supposed to shake rhythm with the rest of the movement. The riders are dressed in English attire, but see how the horse's feet come straight up in front, where the walking horse really reaches way on out. But the hind feet has pretty much the same movement, but then no head movement. You don't have that shaking rhythm. And these horses go so fast. They really do.
Now, this is one of your favorites.
I really like this
Categories,
class. I'm not fond of riding these because they are so fast. They're quick.
Yeah.
And these horses are normally real high-spirited. But they're fun.
But you don't want them to gallop.
No, if they do, then they have to be consistent in their gait. So if they start to gallop, that means they broke their gait. They're not consistent. And if that happens, that can take them down from first place to nothing.
Wow.
I mean, it's because they're judged on consistency. Jason Todd is riding for the record, and he's from Bethpage, Tennessee.
From Hanging Limb is Laddie Key on Conclusions Threat, number 550.
Eileen Tipson irons for Stars Black Express from Crossville, Tennessee.
Renee Neely of Quark Range is on Pride Star Aware, number 64.
Quentin Guffey from Monterey, always here. He's here again with Caution's Blue Magic.
And that's who's up right now, number 470. Mike Bowman is on Threats Mystery Lady, number 247.
Tim Mackey is on Dixie's Do Right from Crossville.
Emily Comer from Westmoreland is on Rooster's First Lady, number 285.
And Big Time Delight has Ricky Butcher up from Lafayette, Tennessee. And
So we've got a lot of people outside of the county tonight on this event.
all right, now this, the judges asked for them to reverse and continue going at a show walk. Their show walk is similar to a flat foot walk. It's a little slower gait. In fact, it's probably their slowest gait. It is their slowest gait. And everything they do will come out of a slow walk. So if they canter, it has to come out of a slow walk. If they go at a fast rack, it has to come out of a slow walk. Everything goes out of that gait. They do the same thing as walking horse people. They let their horse breathe before they start back on the rail. They want to be as close to the rail as possible, and they want to space themselves out as evenly. But if you see, when they pass another rider, they go back to get on that as close to that rail as they can.
And it's such a prancy horse,
Isn't it? Yeah. They're really showy, but they're really, you can just tell by looking how high-spirited this horse is.
Which is probably why the best place is not to be on the rail with these horses.
Lots of exciting things happen.
Right. If you're standing there looking at the rail, this is not the place to be in this class.
Now, this is a showy horse.
That's Quentin, right?
That's Quentin Guffey on Caution's Blue Magic. And the blue, because he's a blue roan with a bold face and 3 white stockings.
Called a bold face.
That's bold face because it's white.
Yeah. Now, what's the difference between that and a blaze face?
Well, Blaze is right here.
Oh, brown horse?
Yeah. See, he's got a little white blaze.
It's a streak.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a star.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, look what I've learned tonight.
Yeah.
Now, that horse is really working up a sweat.
Yes. And they will. They may work them just as much at home as they are here, but not get the sweat work up that they do in the show ring, because when they're in the show ring, that horse knows it, and they're really keyed up and into this.
So just like if you sweat a little more when you're kind of keyed up, they do too.
Oh, and the
right?
horse feels that. He senses it. And everything that rider does, the horse feels. And see, if you'll look, they're riding on these flat English saddles. So what they do is they're not supposed to be putting any weight really in the stirrups. See, this rider, in fact, he's slid out of the stirrup. If you look at his knees, he's riding with his knees. That you squeeze the horse with your inner thigh, and that's how the horse knows sometimes when it's time to go faster. You just squeeze in your knees with your inner thighs, and you take a little better hold, pull the rein back in a little bit, and cluck to him, and he knows to go on.
Cluck to him.
Get up here, buddy.
That's a cluck to him.
Get up here, Hoff.
How cool.
Sometimes you can talk real mean.
Do you?
Oh, yeah. It's a great tension reliever.
Look how pretty that horse is. She's doing a great job.
She's doing a great job.
So now what are they going to do? Make them go faster?
No, he's lining them up, and he's asked for them to come in, line up on the north side.
Well, they never did go very fast.
No, these are flat-shod racking horses, so they just never really...
They're not the speed racking, right?
We'll have a style rack class later on, and they're really prettier than these. But we'll see a lot of these same horses again in the style racking class, and then we'll see them probably in the next to the last class, or one of the last classes in a speed racking class.
We've got 25 classes tonight. In fact, the last one is a pole bending, which should be pretty exciting. You should stay tuned for that. That's sort of a Western event.
That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah. And we're going to have barrel racing, too, I think, tonight.
Wow.
Or maybe that is barrels. I don't know.
You know,
there's 3 barrel speed racing. Okay.
You know, Cookville was really honored this year. I don't know if many people know, but Terry Adams won Tennessee High School Rodeo Queen.
Really?
Yes. She was judged on her horsemanship, her performance for barrel racing and poling. I don't know if I'm saying this
Pole
right.
bending?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they do pole bending, but they have to do the maneuvers around the pole. And then they rope, and then they were all judged, of course, on modeling and beauty and interviews. And so we were really fortunate. She is representing Tennessee. She went to the Nationals and placed very, very high there.
Wow.
So,
Congratulations. That is terrific.
yeah.
I mean, that is an honor. Of Tennessee?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
All the high school rodeo girls in Tennessee. She is Tennessee's high school rodeo queen.
And then she goes on to compete?
She went on to compete in
she
the
went on to
Nationals
compete.
already. It was just, they had the Tennessee final, and then just about 3 weeks later, she had to go straight to the Nationals, but she did an excellent job and placed real high.
That's
Real high.
terrific.
The shoes they've already found on this scene.
Okay, someone lost a shoe evidently, and they found it down here, so
Our ringmaster, Mr. James,
we're gonna
doing a great job, ladies and
turn
gentlemen.
it over.
Round of applause.
I don't know if yes, they are. They're going to turn it over now to Gary Brinson. I believe he just received the winners. James Lawson is our ringmaster, doing a great job tonight. Gary Brinson's our on-stage announcer. Wayne Neighbors, of course, is our organist. So we just are having a great show here.
You know, we were talking about Wayne's been here 16 years.
Right.
Gary's been here, I guess, that long or longer. But these riders, like Quentin Guffey and Nelda Wright and Heidi McWilliams, I mean, they've been showing here every year for years and just really doing an excellent job.
Let me
And
just
they
let you
work
know
so
who
hard.
the officers of the Fair Board. Larry McDonald is the president, Donald Bilbrey vice president, Dean Wilmoth is the secretary-treasurer, and Perry Bartlett, of course, is the manager of the fair. And they have just a huge advisory committee, which is really goes in, just having that input from so many people goes into making just a terrific fair.
So now I've learned something.
What?
I didn't know they had that large an advisory
Well,
committee.
tell some of the folks that are on it.
Well, Dr. Reynolds, and Dr. Flatt, and Dr. Copeland, Roy Luna, Harriet Wright, Yvonne Hicks, Peggy Riddle,
Ruth Geary and Belle Spurlock and Alan Galloway.
Sheila Wakefield, Tommy Lynn, Stephen Gass,
Donna Klaus, Rural Peace, Terry Edgington, Scott Chadwell,
Jesse White, Betty Bertram, Wendy Campbell, Dr. Mark Walker,
Jackie Donaldson, Mark Gentry, David Birdwell, Marvin Moss, and Janet Eldridge are all advisory committee members. We're going to turn it over now to Gary Burrington because he's going to give the winners.
First place and the blue in a glass goes to entry number 220 Stars Black Express. Eileen Teeple, the owner rider of Crossville, 220 Stars Black Express to the blue ribbon.
Barn area class 13, juvenile plantation pleasure. It is a canter class. You go next. Please be ready.
Second reserve, if you ride the same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes to number 64, Pride Star Award. Renee Neely riding the owner, Clark Range, 64 is reserved. Third award goes to 285, Brewster's First Lady. Emily Comer riding for Tim Barber, Westmoreland, number 285 is third. Fourth award goes to 287, Big Time Delight. Ricky Butcher riding in the owner, Lafayette, 287 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to 221 for the record. Jason Todd, the owner rider, Beth Page, 221 is fifth.
Okay, and that's our flat shod ranking class. And our first place winner, Becky, was Stars Black Express with Eileen Temple from Rossville, Tennessee. And she did an excellent job, and I hope we'll be able to see her take a ride for glory here. There she is. Our second place winner was Renee Neely from Clark Range on Pride Star Aware. And Eileen Teeple as she takes her ride for glory on her with her blue ribbon. And this was our class number 12, the flat shod king class.
Now's the count for class number 13, juvenile plantation specialty class. 4 entries in the class, open again, bring on, come on, please. Class 13, juvenile plantation specialty class, bring on, please.
Okay, well, yeah, I can.
She won't be able to.
Well, that's me.
All righty, we've got, we're back here. We've got a special guest with us now. Brenda Turnage is here. Of course, she's been competing all night, and we're thrilled to have her back with us, joining us for our coverage. She'll be here for a short time tonight. Hopefully we can see her again, as we'll have another show this week. We're getting ready to do the Juvenile Specialty Plantation 17 and under. And Brenda, welcome. You did great tonight.
Thank you. You made an excellent show. We were so proud of you.
Okay, I'm not sure if they can hear you yet. I'm not sure we got this mic going yet. Let's see. Oh, we're going to switch off here.
Switch here. All right.
Oh, now they do. Now they have it. So maybe you're going to switch off with us. All right, good deal.
Okay, thank you.
So Brenda, you did great. You had some impressive horses out there too.
Thank you. I've had a lot of fun showing them tonight, and it's been quite an experience tonight. It's a big show. There's 204 entries tonight, and it's a great show. The weather's great.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, I love it.
And the ring looks really nice tonight. Has it been good out there?
The ring is good.
How did you feel about what the judge was doing when you were out there showing?
Was there a judge out there?
You know, these people at home don't really know what you go through when you're in the show ring, or all the work that you go through to get in there.
My mind is totally blank when I'm out there.
Is it really?
It is. I mean, it's so exciting. You get out there and all you're thinking about is what your horse is doing, and you forget about all these people watching, and you just want to make sure that you're doing the right thing, and then you do realize the judges out there, and
And the judges asked for them to go out a ring walk.
Tell us who's in the class here, Brenda. This is the Juvenile Specialty Plantation, 17 and under.
Entry number 82 is Ebony Super Image, ridden by Eric Lewis. Entry number 223 is Pancake, ridden by Jason Stover. And 992 is Society Cut, ridden by Nicole Phillips. And 273 is Sparkling Generator, ridden by Casey Givens. Casey was in one of the classes that I showed in earlier.
She sure was earlier tonight. Well, now, you know, you're talking about that, Debbie, about all the stuff that you have to go through. What do you do right before you come out here? And what are you doing when there's something going on in the ring? You're obviously back there at the barns, or what do you do?
It starts in the morning. You get up early, you start washing your horse, you groom him. This takes all day, and then you come early to get a good parking spot. Some of these people have been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and let me tell you, it was hot. I bet. It was hot here today. And then they're getting the ribbons in their mane, and they're setting their tails, and they're polishing their feet, and they're warming them up out back, and making sure they're ready to pitch perfect to go in the show ring.
Well, why would you do that? Why would you get up here and all day in the hot sun?
I think you're born with a brain deficiency.
For instance, Ricky and Brandy, they're having so much fun participating in this. And it's a great family.
It's a family thing. The Tonnages have been doing this for 15 years.
Really?
Yes. And it's an addiction. You go every weekend to the shows. You see a lot of the same people. It's a family reunion every week. Debbie knows that. We've talked about that before in years past. It's a family reunion. This is Nicole Phillips. She's doing a good job showing her horse.
Now, I noticed that you competed in several events tonight. Does it make it worth more for your day, all your time, if you do show in several events?
Yeah, we have shown just one horse before, and that's exciting. If you've got the horses show, you want to show them all.
Right.
You want to show all that you can. This is what you work for all winter long, all week long. This is what you work for. This is why you want to be here.
Now, do you compete at other places? Is this the main event here at the Putnam County Fair?
This year, this has been the main event. But now, from this point on, I've been riding some more horses for other people. And so starting next weekend, we'll, of course, go to Shelbyville. The celebration starts next weekend. We'll go down there. I won't ride down there. I don't do that when I'm 65. I'm looking up to that.
Oh, there you go.
And then we'll show right through Thanksgiving. It'll go through Thanksgiving.
I mean, where would you show through Thanksgiving?
One Thanksgiving weekend, can't you?
Murfreesboro has a show.
Is that right?
And there's a lot of indoor arenas now.
Right.
So it's nice when you get inside, but it's cold when you're
cold
outside.
getting there, huh?
It is cold getting there.
And that's the problem. You go to those indoor shows, and you're outside getting your horse ready, and you're freezing, and then you go inside, and the horse is all hot. It's really hard on the horses. Because then you go back out, and then they can get sick from
Right.
You got to make sure that the horses are cooled off before you take them back outside into the trailer, and you got to put a blanket on them, and you wrap their legs so they don't kick themselves or scratch their legs. You wrap them, and you wrap up their tails so their tails don't drag and they don't step on their tails.
Wow.
There's a lot of work to do after the show, so most of these people get home, depending on what time the show's over tonight, about 3 o'clock.
About 3 o'clock?
They've got to bed down their horses. They've got to feed them after they get home. So the horses are taken care of before the people.
Girls, our horses are on rail at a canter.
Now, do you like a canter, Brenda?
Somebody told you to ask me that, didn't they?
No, because I think that would make me really nervous. I need to do that.
I have what is known as canterphobia.
Canterphobia.
But
one of the latest phobias.
And it's a little unfair to ask somebody to ask for that, because there's more than just making your horse canter. You have to not only make him canter, but you have to make sure he's cantering in the right lead.
Yeah. Well, Ricky, this is really funny. We were at the barn practicing cantering because everybody knows that I don't canter. And we cantered. We cantered. And it was like, I've got it. I can do it. I've got the feeling.
Right.
And Ricky, my son, said, Mom's got the feeling.
Funny. But it's true because you feel it, and if you're on the wrong lead, you can feel that too.
You can.
Because what we're talking about with the lead is the inside leg has to reach out further, extend more, and so when that inside leg hits the outside leg hits the ground first, and then the inside leg is the second leg, and you feel it, and so that's when you've got the feeling.
When you got the feeling, Brenda, you're there. You're ready.
These kids are great that have just shown because they're starting young, and by the time they get our age,
They're going to have it down.
They got the feeling now.
Well, they're going to be like you and I. They're going to be totally addicted by
Their
the time.
kids are going to do it. Their kids are going to do it.
Right.
It's just something that you just can't lose.
No.
I remember when Brenda and I were young, going with our mothers to the horse trainers, see how the horses were doing.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. They'd always go together.
Yeah.
How about that? So your family, they were involved in that, and Brenda, and I know you, Debbie, your family. So it really is
And
a
they were
generation.
together.
Yeah.
Our
Is that
family.
right?
It's just like a family reunion.
What a treat. What a treat. Well, you know, I would have been if I hadn't off my horse in the costume class. I'm sure I could have kept it a family tradition, too.
Just have to get back.
Well, of course. But I didn't. So there you go.
See, your dad was nicer than ours. He
Yeah.
didn't make her get on.
Get back on the horse.
Get on the horse.
My daddy called me and gave me a pep talk before I left tonight.
Well,
I thought that was
isn't
so
that
sweet.
sweet?
That was nice.
That's wonderful.
You're old enough now to get over all this nervousness.
Get the feeling and go.
Get the feeling.
Well, you did. We talked earlier about what a great show you were doing.
Well,
It
thank
was
you.
really very
I
impressive.
learned a lot tonight. And every time you show, you learn
Yeah.
something. And that was the first time I'd shown this horse before. And we learned a lot. And next time we do, we'll do better.
Well, you did great.
Thank you.
I believe they ready. We're going to turn it over to Gary Brenton for the winner.
You're right, down the road with the judges' presentation. First place, the blue in the class goes to
Entry number 273, Sparkling Generator. Casey Gibbons riding for Casey Gibbons of Whistle, number 273, Sparkling Generator to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors for your ride the same direction. Reserve goes to number 82, Ebb Super Image. Eric Lewis riding for Louise Hollingsworth of Dole. 82 is reserve. Third award goes to 992, Society Cut. Nicole Phillips riding for Roland and Randall Phillips. Cookville, 992 is third. And your fourth award goes to 223, Pancake. Jason Stover riding for Chance Herron. Number 223 is fourth.
Taking first. Jen, she's had
Right,
quite a
let's look at
show
the blue
tonight.
ribbon.
She's done awfully good. She's got a good horse.
And then second was Eric Lewis, third Nicole Phillips, and fourth Jason Stover there. Great show.
I was parked out by Casey in one of the earlier classes, and she is such a charming little girl. She just sat there and talked to me the whole
how
time, and
sweet.
she is so sweet.
Now, you know, earlier, in fact, I think it was one of the bigger classes maybe, we were over talking to Wayne, and so when you guys came out, there was no music because Wayne was talking to us. Were you aware of that?
I was glad there was no music.
Were you really?
And let me tell you why. They didn't get on camera. Thank goodness.
Okay.
But when I showed them the first class, I came right through the gate, and right as I got in front of the stage, Wayne started playing, and it was just like all at once, boom. And my horse said, "What is that?"
Oh, my goodness.
And he did not like it, so the fence stopped us. Thank goodness he didn't get on camera.
Wow.
But it was, and so Wayne realized it. He saw what had happened, and he realized that that's what caused. So now, when the horses come in,
He waits just a minute.
I told him he did it on purpose because it was me.
That's fun. Well, we were sitting over here, and I said, man, they've been out there a few minutes. They're not going to know what to do until you get out there. So he ran back and played a little bit.
Oh, we've got the juveniles in now.
That's not it? Oh, no, it's got to be, isn't it?
No. This is juvenile 11 and under walking.
11 and under walking.
This is my favorite class of all. Juveniles,
These little
12 and under.
I'm trying to find it. I'm lost here, but I'll...
And they're on the rail going at a flat foot walk. And these riders are so intent on what they're doing. In fact, some riders pay more attention than the grown-ups do.
Oh,
Class
wait a
14,
minute, here it is. Here it is.
juvenile rider 11 and under.
Who's in here, Brenda?
Okay. Right now you're looking at entry number 30, Chiefs Royal Delight, ridden by Lindsay Wardlaw.
And then that was Amy Young on Outlaw Jesse James.
Right. This is 421, Copley Summer and Smoke, ridden by Jamie Pack. You got Zachary Randolph coming up on the side, number 222, riding Hot Shots Pride.
Boy, these riders are good to be so
Oh,
young, aren't they?
They practice every day.
Do they really?
These kids, they love it. Like David says, this is one of our favorite classes.
Now, who is this? Is that
Okay,
Amy
you got
Young?
a favorite picked out?
I don't have...
I've been cheating. Y'all been looking at the I'm looking at the horses.
Well, now, who is
I
this?
like this
She's
horse,
so
but
little.
he's what we call a little long.
This is Lisa Garrison
And
on
it could
Horse
be,
Magic Bum, number
a
20.
number of things that's happened. But anyway, the judges asked for him to go at a reverse and continue at a flat foot walk. So she's letting her horse rest. But yeah, her horse is a really great horse, but he's off a little. He's raising one front foot higher than he is the other, and it gives it a limp here. I'm being really critical now.
Yeah, stop that. This is the young class.
I
Stop
know,
that.
but these riders are so good, and these
Look how
horses
great they
are
are.
normally some of your best horses because they're so well trained for these kids to be able to ride and show them. This is probably this may be one of my first picks because it's been the most consistent. It's got good back end, a good reach in front, good head motion.
I happen to know this horse. I think he's something like
That may be my first
an
pick.
aged horse,
And
older.
this is a good.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
He's an aged horse, and these horses know more than the kids know, and they're teaching the kids. The horses are teaching the kids.
Now, how do the horses teach the kids? Because they're so
Horses
experienced.
know what they're supposed to be doing. The horses are experienced. The kids are learning. So the kids have their trainers, and their trainers tell them what to do, where to put their hands, the pressure to put on their hands, hold them high, hold them low, depending on the horse they're riding. Look at Lisa here.
She's doing such a great job.
And she is such a little girl. Now you've got a 1,200-pound horse with a 40-pound child.
How
on
old
it.
would she be?
She's probably 5 or 6.
5 or 6?
Well, these
That's incredible.
all under 11.
Yeah, every one of them out there. Lisa shows every weekend.
Well, now, wait a minute. If she's 5 or 6, how long has she been riding? She looks like she's been riding 5 or 6 years.
Probably since she was
Okay,
3 days old.
now let's watch these little riders because let's see if they're going to try to do some of them like the grown-ups and come barreling in.
Now, in an event like this, the trainer actually be on the rail? Would he be on the rail trying to coach them a little
The
bit?
trainer is on the rail. The trainer's on the rail with all of his riders.
Oh, you mean all night?
Yes, he runs to the trailer and gets the horses ready, then runs back to the rail with his riders. If you're down on that end, the trainer's watching you and he's telling you what to do and he's motioning. A lot of the kids have the headphones on now,
they
which
do.
is really good.
And that way he can talk to
He
them.
can talk to them. You got somebody in your ear all the time
You
telling
mean
what
he
to
can
do.
say the judge is watching you, you need to...
Tighten up, go faster, slow down.
Isn't technology great?
It is. It's wonderful. It is. Every one of them did an outstanding job.
These are, sometimes, we said earlier, these are the best
Yeah,
horses.
I don't know if you could see one of the trainers right there with the walkie-talkie in his hand, and that's what he was doing. He was talking to Lisa on her horse. And if you watch the riders, sometimes they sit there and they shake their head. You know, they're listening. They're listening. I understand.
And there's nothing illegal about that. That's all
No,
cool. You can do that.
that's perfectly legal. And with especially the juveniles, then they know if their horse was to get out of control, then the trainer can say, tighten up, say whoa. Sometimes you forget to say whoa when you're in a panic.
Now, what age were you when you started riding? Brenda, how old were you?
When I started riding, when I really wanted a horse real bad when I was 6, real bad. But I guess I was 10 before I actually got my first horse.
Wow. Debbie, how old were you?
That's my first memory of life. Falling off of a horse. Really, that's my first memory of life.
Got some Wayne's over here. Wayne neighbor, when was the first time you rode a horse?
Yesterday?
No, it was 3 years ago.
That was the first time?
And I'm gonna tell you, it was the scariest thing that happened to me. It got out of control. It was bucking and jumping, and I thought it was going to throw me. But luckily, one of the stock boys come out and unplugged that thing, and I got off of it.
I knew.
He saved my life.
I'm turning it over to Gary Brewington for the winners.
Kelly Thompson be presenting the awards. Escort Bobby Thompson. And we're going to ask the winner, if you will, please right to your left of the judges, stand for presentation. The first place in the blue in the class goes to entry number 30, Chiefs Royal Delight. Lindsay Warlaw riding, or Warlaw and Young of Sparta. Number 30, Chiefs Royal Delight, and Lindsay Warlaw to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors, you'll go the same direction, please. Reserve of the class goes to number 12, Outlaw Jesse James. Amy Young riding for Young Farms, Edmonton, Kentucky. Number 12 is reserved. Third award in the class goes to entry number 20, Gambler's Magic Bum. Lisa Garrison riding for Marshall and Mary Teens of Cookville. Number 20 is third. Fourth award goes to entry number 421, Copy Summer and Smoke. Jamie Pack riding for the David Pack family. Smith 421 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to 222, Hot Shot Ride. Zach Randolph riding for the Mark Randolph family. Cookville 222 is fifth.
Great job. All these kids did a great job.
You know, I really liked the third place horse the best, but this first place made the best and most consistent show. And I'm just so partial to the black. But, I mean, look how consistent that horse is.
This horse, you can on TV, he is 17 and 1 hand high. Now, a hand is 4 inches. So, figure that out, Debbie.
And that's just to the withers.
Okay.
That's not to the ears.
That's
just to the withers. He's 17.
His shoulders.
That's Jonathan.
The top of his back.
That's his shoulders.
That's his shoulders.
To the top of the little hump on his back.
That's a big, big horse.
That's a big, big horse. What is 4 times 17?
Oh, now stop. Okay, you know math.
68.
68, you already know it? It is 68.
68.
You know
68 plus what? 69. He's a tall horse. This is a little girl that's a tall horse.
A little girl with a big tall horse. She did great.
And she did a good job. She did an outstanding job.
You know, I can tell you're in real estate. You just add up those numbers like nobody's business.
I was a banker. I had to use a calculator.
I just borrow money. That's all. I let them figure it out. Uh-oh.
Get some of those houses quick.
That's it. That's it. Okay, we're on class 15. Oh, look, there's a little bitty one. 476. Who is that? Now, that's the same one we haven't had before. That's the same little girl we didn't before.
Well, Susan Sparks is
No, Susan Sparks.
granddaughter. And this is Willie, the horse. Now, I know all the horses' names, but I don't know any of the children's names.
Okay, tell Susan.
Number 731 is Will's Ronell, ridden by Stephanie Baguette. That's Stephanie, the little girl. She just got the wrong number on for the...
Oh,
that's
okay.
it. Stephanie Baguette on Will Roan Allen. 190 is Taco Bell, ridden by Amanda Anderson. 246 is Ebony's Fancy Shadow, ridden by Brittany Beatty. 992, Hard Feelings, ridden by Nicole Phillips. 273, No Mercy, ridden by Casey Givens. 286, Wilson's Gray Miss, ridden by Becky Stockdale. And number 87 is Do the Lucky Lady, ridden by Leanne Little. And we look like we have a good class.
You know, one of the things we were talking about earlier, this is a country pleasure light shod class. And, of course, all the riders are 17 under. But typically, we're used to seeing all of these horses and the riders English attire. And now you're seeing them come in both ways. Some shows, they designate whether it's to be Western pleasure or English pleasure.
Western's fun.
Yeah.
Western is fun.
That's something new for the walking horse people, and they're trying to show the walking horse is more versatile.
They're showing a lot of versatility in the walking horse, and now even at some of the shows, they have barrel races for walking horse, pole bending for walking horse, water glass class, egg and spoon. We're going to have a lot of that on Thursday night at the county show. So you're going to get more of the Western feeling with the walking horses now.
It's more casual.
It is. You feel a little bit more relaxed, I think, when you're in the Western than you do in the English.
I think most everybody does. But then how do you think, because you've been showing since I have, Brenda, how do you think the judge feels about that? Does he look more at the English rider?
I don't think so.
They used to.
I don't. They used to, because they didn't want to convert over. But as the walking horse is getting more versatile, I think the judges are getting more flexible, and they're looking at the horse.
But now, if they're not properly attired in Western wear or English, then they can be dismissed.
Right.
They have to be one way or the other in true professional show attire.
Right. There are rules that you have to follow. If you have a flat saddle, English saddle, you have to be dressed in English. If you have a Western saddle, then you got to have long sleeves, a bolo or a tie on, a hat. The boys in the walking horse classes are supposed to wear hats, but it's okay for girls not to.
And the judges asked for them to go at a running walk, and the riders are on the reverse. So this is the last half of this class.
Look at these kids as they go around. They're smiling. They're having a good time.
Now, did
They
Ricky,
really love
is
this.
he not competing tonight at all?
Ricky's not competing tonight. He's decided that he wants to be a cowboy instead of show right now. He wants to run his horse, and he can't run his horse out here going around the ring. He says he don't like to set up straight and hold his arms up.
So he's going to be in the barrel race next time.
He would love to be in the barrel race. Unfortunately, you don't have any horses that barrel race.
I see. You may have to buy you a quarter horse.
Well,
look at it. He's thinking, well, okay.
Debbie and I have had this discussion before. She told me I'd be converted one day. Quarter horses are fun.
I bet they are fun.
They are fun. I love all horses.
And judges asked for them to come in and line up so you can take a closer look at them. Did you pick a favorite out?
Not me. They're all my favorite.
Well, they're all. She's a diplomat. She's not gonna pick one.
I've never been politically correct, and I won't be yet.
Well, it's fun to, but I'm so bad. I just pick what color I like. I don't really notice, or I quite right, or I said have the cutest outfit.
What color they like.
That's right.
I think they do too.
Well, we're human, really. I mean, if there's two good horses out there in that class, and they're doing basically the same thing in their walk, aren't you going to look at the horse you like, the color of the best?
You just have a preference for
That's
it,
right.
maybe.
And that's like the last juvenile class. No, the star horse made the best show, but I like the black horse that came in third. I really like.
You really
like black.
Because I like black horses.
Probably lean
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all are both real cute. I bet you judges just picked y'all.
I don't think so.
Not hardly.
Maybe when we were 10, but not now. See, I like flashy and gaudy, so I like all those spotted and roans. And
Oh, I do too. Of course, my favorite was what, Debbie? Palomino?
Palomino.
I love those.
I got her confused a while ago.
Yeah, you did.
Tricked her. Somebody came in with a buckskin horse.
Wasn't that beautiful?
Oh, yeah.
I saw that.
So Becky got totally confused.
That was my favorite. All of a sudden, I wanted that to be my favorite thing.
And, you know, really, they're beautiful.
They are beautiful.
That's what Matt Dillon always wrote.
Of course.
Yeah.
But little Joe rode a spotted horse.
That's right, little Joe. I like those spotted ponies, too. And I've seen a lot more this year than I think I've ever seen of the
Spotted horses. Debbie and I were just talking earlier about the versatility of the horse, and the colors change too. A long time ago, it was black and brown. That was it. You saw
Now,
black and brown.
We had talked about this. One of the classes you were in, there were all black horses except you had, what's that color?
A Sarah. Descent, yeah.
And I just wondered if but you don't think of that when you're going into a class because you don't know what all color horses you're going to.
I had no idea how many was in my class till we lined
Well,
up.
and I hadn't noticed until you all lined up, and then it was like.
All black but me.
Now, see, that's the difference. If I were at a show, I would go up with the trainer or whoever does the entering, and I looked.
What difference does it make? You're going to go anyway.
I know. I looked. No, this is terrible, but I did. I looked and I said, okay, there's 10 horses in this class and 5 in this one. We're going in the one with 5.
Well, sometimes you don't have a choice which class you go in.
Sometimes you
go.
don't. But a lot of these horses, you do. You can say,
The flat-side horses, you can do that.
And then,
What do you mean you can do that?
Pick your class, which
You can.
you know. Which would you rather go in a class of 15 where there's a chance you might not win anything,
Yeah,
or a class of 5
Where
you
you're
know
gonna
you're
get
going to come
something.
out with something?
That's right.
So
Absolutely.
I always win. Look, but when kids growing up, you could go in the juvenile. Okay, let's just say some of these kids here, they had a juvenile 11 and under, a juvenile 17 and under, and then they have a ladies class. So if you were a girl that was, say, 10 years old, you could pick which class out of those 3 you wanted to show in. Well, let's just say there's not anybody here in the ladies class. Why should you go in this 10-year-old class where there's 19 kids?
Right.
Go in here and beat these big women.
Go for the gold.
And then I'll beat you when you get out
That's
back.
right. They'll look you up at your trailer.
You didn't do that, did you, Debbie?
Any chance
you
I
didn't really
ran?
do it. You know, I think you two are kind of different or something. Do you get that?
That's what makes us so much fun.
That's right. Now, so do you remember competing against each other? Did you compete against each other?
I didn't compete until I was old.
Oh, do you what?
Old.
You're not old. Well, I'll turn it over to Gary Burrington. You're not old for the winner.
Blue Ribbon will be presented by Mary John Chaffin, her escort Ralph Chaffin. And we're going to ask the winner of the class, if you will, please right out and to your right down the rest of the judges stand for presentation of the first place. The blue in the class goes to entry number 992, Hard Feelings. Nicole Phillips, rider for Wayne and Nelda Ryan Cookville. 992, Hard Feelings, and Nicole Phillips to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors if you ride the same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes to 273, No Mercy. Casey Gibbons, the honor rider. 273 is reserved. Third award goes to 286, Wilson Gray Mission. Taking Stockdale, riding for Ruth Ann Tudor, 10 mile, number 286 is third. Fourth award goes to entry number 198, Taco Bell. Amanda Anderson, the honor rider. 198 is fourth. And fifth award goes to 476, Wilson Ron Allen. Stephanie Paquette riding in for Kathy Owen, Murfreesboro. 476 is fifth. Let's give the departing entries a big round of applause for their appreciation of this class.
Written locally by McWilliams Realty and Auction, selling the Upper Cumberland for over 20 years. McWilliams features family and executive homes, land, farms, and commercial property. McWilliams Realty and Auction, South Willow Avenue, Cookville. Their goal is your satisfaction. And by Wilmoth Insurance Agency Incorporated, an independent agent serving the insurance needs of this area since 1939 by providing all types of insurance coverage, including auto, home, farm, business, life, and health. Wilmoth Insurance Agency, located on the corner of Dixie and Reagan Streets in Cookville. And by
6 feet, bring along, please.
watching the Putnam County Fair on WCTV, Cookeville, Tennessee.
For being with us.
Thank you. I'm going to see if I can grab one of these mules and come back in the next race.
Oh, great. Okay, take off, girl. And hopefully we can see Brenda Thursday night. Check with her about what she's doing. It was a lot of fun. I think Brenda's gone off to race a mule. She just said, I'm going to go see if I can get me a mule and race it. So
She probably will.
She probably will.
She just has the fun
Yes.
of doing it.
That is, and it is fun. Y'all do a great job. And I love hearing you talk about all your war stories, you know. It's kind of fun.
Well, we had fun. Everybody has fun doing this.
This is the mule race. And let's see. I bet we got a lot more mules that are signed up. Oh, and they're off.
And the race is on. And of course, this year we don't have anybody standing right beside these barrels.
Yes. You know, like that one year when somebody got taken down. Shane Qualls is on blue out of Rickman, Tennessee. That's number 211.
Harry Hutchins is on lefty from Doyle.
Steve Wilson from Sparta is on power stroke or spoke.
And Danny Vaughn's on Roxy from Cookeville. And Danny hadn't he this like the last 3 or 4
he's won
years?
Several years.
Yeah.
Chris Brown out of Lexington is on Gladys, number 599.
And Dennis Gentry from Sparta's on Coupe DeVille.
Man, they are flying.
Yeah, I don't see how they can get these mules to go so fast.
Well, now, you know, Brenda said if Ricky's wanting to race something, he might want to pick up mule racing.
I don't think Brenda'd go for that.
No. Really. We are on class 16, and we have 25 classes tonight. And it's 10:14, so, folks, stick with us. There's lots more to come. Now, I wonder, do they have a winner here? Well, are they going to have a... I don't know how they do this. Do they get it down to, like...
I don't know where their finish line was this year.
This is always a crowd favorite event. A lot of fun.
Gary's trying to figure out who's...
A lot of fun.
We have the results in the mule race. In this class is
Also a special Memorial Challenge trophy. Trophy must be won 3 years in a row by the same rider to retire it. In memorial honor of a special friend of the Putnam County Fair, Mr. Robert H. Vaughn, Memorial Challenge Trophy for this mule race, given in his honor, given by his son Willard, grandson Willard Jr., great-grandson Danny, great-great-granddaughter Mercedes. Robert loved the fair and a long-time supporter of this fair. And let's give this family a big round of applause. They're presenting the awards. We appreciate what they and the Vaughn family have done for the Putnam County Fair. Right, first place in this mule race goes to the syndicated 211 blue. Old Blue is Shane Qualls, ladies and gentlemen, from Rick. Old Blue is syndicated view. Second goes to 292 Cookeville and Danny Gentry. Third to 214 Roxy and Danny Vaughn. Fourth goes to 212 Lefty and Terry Hodges. And fifth to 599 Gladys, Chris Brown. Let's give them all a big round of applause. The remaining entries participating in this class.
Well, Debbie, we got first place there. He was moving right along with Shane Qualls out of Rickman.
It's so exciting to watch them, and it was so good of the Vaughn family to give the challenge trophy again this year.
That's right. There's certainly a supportive family of the fair all the way around, and we appreciate that. I love that event. That's always a lot of fun.
This is one of my favorite classes. My dad used to show in this class a lot, 15-2 and under.
Now, what does that mean again?
Okay, 15-2 means 15 hands, which is 4 inches, and 15 hands and 2 inches.
62?
Yeah.
Is that it?
You got it.
Maybe?
Exactly.
Yeah, it is 62. I got it that time.
Yeah.
See, I'm working on my math in between.
Okay, all right. 15-2 and under walking horses. And so these are your high-performance show horses. They've got built-up pads. They've got chains on their feet. They've got the cut tail. So, and most of these people will be the actual trainer rather than the owner. So the owner's, right, the trainer's riding, and the owner's sitting back watching this time. This is Tony Kennedy on One Brassy Dude. Little black horse with a star in his face.
And that horse is owned by Cecil Whitson of Cookville.
Tony judges a lot of shows, so he's not just a rider and trainer, but he judges a lot. And a lot of these trainers are judges too.
Some of the other folks we're going to have in this particular class, Harold Young will be riding Carbon's Final Notice, number 48. From Sparta, he is also the owner. Also, Rooster Bean is up on Ebony Fortune 500, number 707.
And R.V. Young's on Jubilee's Black Rose. I think that's Greg Cravens we're looking at. That's
And R.V. Young is up on Jubilee's Black Rose, which is DNR Stables of Sparta as the owner and trainer.
Yes. The big barn is going to Sparta on the...
Oh, right.
Yeah, with all the goats.
That's it?
Yeah.
How about that? And now, what are they waiting for?
They've got one more entry that's not coming in yet. And so maybe they had a tack change from a previous class.
Oh, okay.
Because, I mean, some of these, here we go. They're coming in now. Some of these trainers are bringing 6, 7 horses. And so they may not have brought 6 or 7 bridles and 6 or 7 bits or 6 or 7
So they
saddles.
change that.
So they change tack. And the judge will give them a 2-minute call, long enough change tack, get in here.
So when you say change tack, that means change...
To get their saddle on, their bridle, all your gear you've got on the horse is tack.
Okay.
That's Rooster Bean we just saw.
Really beautiful horses.
These are some of our better horses. Harold Young and Tony Kennedy we're seeing again. But see, I mean, look how smooth, and you don't see him moving at all in that saddle. That's Rooster Bean on a horse owned by David Pack. And the judges asked for him to move on and running walk.
I guess with a horse like this and experienced riders, he can probably move them quicker, right?
Yes. And they seem to be able to get just a little more out of them. And that horse has got stocking feet all the way around in a blaze face.
Now, okay, all these people are trainers. Are there many women trainers?
Yes, there's some women trainers.
Are there? Because you don't see that as much.
You don't see as much. But, in fact, we've had women that won the World Grand Championship state class.
Oh, really?
In training, yes. So women are just as active in this, and in some cases more so. You'll see more lady amateur classes than you will men's amateur classes. And that was Greg Cravens we just saw go by.
Now, what is he trying to get him to do?
He's trying to get him to canter on the right lead. Tony's horse is on the right lead. And the right lead meaning that the inside leg extending the furthest, the inside front leg. See how the outside, the leg closest to the rail comes down first, and the leg that faces the judge reaches out further. And that's R.V. Young. And the curve is where I always want to try to start. If you have a choice of where you're going to start, you want to try to start the canter and the curve, because if you do, the horse will automatically take that lead easy here
Oh,
because
really?
of turning
Oh, okay.
and this rooster bean, and that horse looks so good.
It does look good. That's
And
a beautiful horse.
the judges asked for him to reverse directions and continue at a flat foot walk.
Now, if you're a trainer, what's involved? I mean, what as a profession, what's involved in that?
Well, of course, some of these trainers have taken these horses from the colts and brought them on, and then sometimes the owners sell them, or they'll swap horse trainers, but they get these horses in, and they work them for a while, and they figure out, okay, I need to use this bit because it's got a higher port in it, or a lower port, or a longer shank, so it gives them a better head motion. Okay?
Oh, okay.
Or maybe gives them the rider more control. Because you want that horse's head up high, but you want it to be loose and to move in rhythm with the rest of his body, okay? So then he needs to ride him long enough to get him, a young horse, you get to pacing, and then you take them on into a walk. And you're getting them to slide their back end up and underneath them and to reach as far up underneath them as they can. And you want them to really squat down on the back end, where they're almost like a triangular shape if you can.
Okay.
And then you want the front end to really reach up and far out.
And like, if you're a trainer, how many, I mean, like, you don't just work with one person. You work with a lot of people?
Some of these trainers in Shelbyville may have 75 horses to 100 that they train every day. And so they have
every day.
And they have grooms. A lot of these big barns in Shelbyville, they'll have maybe a half a dozen grooms that work there, and each groom is assigned certain horses that they're responsible for getting out, saddling up, and the trainer will have maybe 2 or 3 assistant trainers. Now these are the big barns.
Right.
And so then the assistant trainer gets on and rides that horse, and the groom is out getting another horse ready, and when that assistant trainer gets off, then he's got another horse ready for him to get on and ride. Okay, then the main trainer is standing here, and he's watching all of this, and he's saying, okay, you need to do
He tells them to do
yeah.
it. He's
You need
like
to get
coach.
his, yeah, he's
The
like
head
coach.
coach.
Yeah, you need to get his head up. You need to get a better grip on him. You need to loosen up. And so Tony will watch. He's doing what we call gigging. He's gigging his horse. And so sometimes you need to do that to help keep their head up, to help keep their attention, maybe keep them in gear. You call it gigging.
Is that pulling on the rein?
Just every once in a while, maybe every third step. It depends on the horse. And some horses, if you gig, you lose all control over. So it just depends on horse and the horse's nature.
Now,
if it's a real high-spirited horse, you probably couldn't be doing that. You want to be real calm with him.
Now this horse right here, what's that line that's bouncing up and down?
Okay, that's really a long shoestring.
A long shoestring?
It's a long shoestring. And what they've done is that brace that's underneath the horse's tail that holds the tail up has a shoestring on it on the end of it. It goes all the way up under the girth, and then they tie it there. And that helps hold that tail brace straight. Because, see, that brace is just a wire frame that's really not any wider than your arm. And it's about as long as from your elbow to the tip of your finger. And so it could wobble back back and forth. So there's another string you're not seeing either. There's another shoestring most of the time. I don't know if we can see one. These horses are so dark.
Yeah.
Art's gotten off of his horse for some reason. I don't know if he lost his shoe or what. But anyway, there a lot of times is another string that will go around the top of the brace back to the saddle. Not very often, but a lot of times they do that. And I don't see one here tonight.
No.
But go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask, will most of these horses probably go on to Shelbyville?
A lot of these horses will be going on Shelbyville. So we're really fortunate
to have, yeah, this is a great class. Now, he appeared to be having a problem with...
I think he lost a chain. I think he lost a shoe is what it looks like to me. Because see how the left front foot is somewhat lower to the ground than the left front, right?
He's kind of holding the foot up.
Oh, that foot, he's
Is
just,
that what he's? Oh,
yeah,
he's just kind of
holding it up.
hanging out.
But the front left foot, he lost the shoe off of it.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like RV's got a shoe sitting right beside it, so the judge could see it if he
Can see that it's off.
And if they're going to have a workout, which they won't for this small class, but if they were to, then they can call a farrier or blacksmith to come in, and he's got 7 minutes to shoe the horse.
So if RV and somebody else, they were going to, would they do the whole class again in a workout?
No. Well, they could, but most of the time on a workout in a small show like this, you'll just have 2 or 3.
And what would they do? Would they ask you to leave or just to park?
Oh, to park in the middle.
Inside? In the middle. Okay.
Most of the time you say park in on the grass. We don't have any grass anymore. So.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to turn it over now to Gary Brunson for the winners.
You right down the rail and over to the judges' stand for presentation. In the first place in the blue class goes to entry number 269, one Brassy Dude. Tony Kennedy riding for Cecil Whitson of Cookville. 269, one Brassy Dude, and Tony Kennedy to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honor, if you ride the same direction, please reserve it. The class goes to number 707, Evidence Fortune 900. Brewster Bean riding for the David Pack Family Smithville. 707 is reserved. Third award goes to number 48, Carbon's Final Notice. Harold Young, the owner rider of Sparta, 48 is third. Fourth award goes into number 209, Jubilee's Black Rose. RV Young riding for the DNR Stable Sparta. 209 is fourth, and fifth award goes to 293, Pride Harasser. Greg Cravens riding for Cravens and Carter of Cookville. 293 is fifth.
And that's just coincidence, isn't it? That's just coincidence that you and the judge kind of a... you really... That's because you have a good eye. You know what to look for.
Well, I just like this. I think he likes the same kind of horses that I do.
Well, it's certainly an impressive class. Tony Kennedy, of course, you said, was making a very impressive showing in that on one Brassy Dude. Cecil Whitson, the owner of the horse. And there he is carrying out the shoe, isn't he?
Right. He had the shoe and the pad.
That's RV Young,
Yeah.
actually.
And those shoes are custom made for that horse.
Okay.
And the pitch for every horse is a little bit different. The weight of the shoe is a little bit different. That shoe is actually hammered to fit
the horses. So how frustrating would that be?
Oh, it would be very hard for him to start all over, to get a clean shot. I don't think he'd want to do that, especially if he's going on
To shove it in. He'll just wait and take care of that later.
Well, he'll go ahead and they'll put that shoe right back on.
They will tonight?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'd say within the next few minutes, RV probably will have that shoe back on that horse.
Do they keep those shoes on then all the time?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Unless the trainer decides, I'm going to try this shoe, or I want to try maybe a lighter weight shoe, or I want to add one more pad, or take one out, or change the pitch. I mean, and it's like, Brenda, if you get up early in the morning and you start grooming your horse and getting your tack together to go to the show, well, a lot of times you work them early that morning to see how they're doing, and then sometimes you think, oh, I need to change that shoe. I may need to add one more, and then you pull the shoes off.
Oh, no.
Or get to the show and get somebody to change just a little something that you think will give you an edge. There's Hy McWilliams. And this is her horse she was telling us about. That I think this is her first time to show this horse.
It's called Irrational.
And she is going to Debbierville with this horse.
McWilliams Realty, the owner of that horse, and Joey Claiborne of Burt's, Tim, the trainer. Now, being a trainer, isn't that a hard way to make a living?
It's a very hard way to make a living. It's a very hard way to make a living. These trainers work every day. Of course, the horses have to be fed, watered, and cared for every single day. They don't get a day
Take a day off.
Right. So that trainer's right there. And then the trainer not only is responsible for the health and maintenance of the horse, but for the actual performance of the horse, and making sure that when they do get to a show that they've met all the criteria. They're not going to have any problem through any check station. And then these trainers are bringing several horses because that's what they do for a living.
Right.
So they're bringing maybe a half a dozen horses at least with them to the show. So we say we've got 25 classes, but if you brought 6 horses, you know, a lot of these classes are right there together.
Right.
And so this trainer is running back and forth, just like Brenda said, from the truck to the show ring, back to the steward station, to the warm-up ring, and they're trying to keep all their riders together. And,
Yeah, I was going to say he may have several different
riders,
right?
Yeah. And then those riders, each one expects his undivided attention.
All right.
Yeah, I'm paying you $500 a month. I
want you to look at me.
Right.
It's all about me, me. Now, this is a walking amateur specialty class. How is this different? Is it a...
Okay, these horses will not be required to canter. These riders are amateur riders. They have to have an amateur card, which says that they do not make their living training horses. They do not accept any compensation from anybody for training a horse. So they're strictly an amateur. The horse can be trained, and most of the time it's trained by a trainer. So we'll
the rider is not.
The rider has to be
so
an
a
amateur.
trainer can't be in there.
A trainer cannot be in the show ring.
Okay.
Okay. And it's really a little unfair. An amateur can be in any class that's an open class that a trainer would go into.
Well, but it wouldn't be unfair because how could an amateur compete with a trainer? Shouldn't you just have classes where you can't have the professional guys in there?
Well, no. They're open classes, so it's open to anybody.
Except this one's not.
This is not an open class. This is an amateur.
See. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the classes that are open to professional trainers, an amateur can ride in, juvenile can ride in. And there's Heidi McWilliams on the rail at a flat foot walk, making a smooth show.
That is very smooth.
Yes.
I mean, you shouldn't even she barely looks like she's moving. Now, in this class, we have Horace Pennington on Coin Collector Dixie, number 209.
Ev's Go Show with Brandon Stout up.
And that's owned by Richard Lefevre. Curtis Allison up on Midnight Star Maker, number 237, with Curtis Allison and Virginia Allison of Lenore City, the owner.
Diane Gibbons up on Power Fashion on Terry Gibbons of Kodak, and the judges asked for him to go at a running walk.
Actually, that horse is owned by Beulah Essery, Tazewell, Tennessee. I guess it's trained by Terry Gibbons.
You're right.
Jim Metcalf is up on What a Bum, number 58, trained by DNR Stables of Sparta and owned by Metcalf Farms of Sparta.
And Terry Landrum is on Markway, and he's trained and owned by Terry Landrum of Cookville.
We talked to Heidi McWilliams there just a moment ago. Irrational is the name of the horse, Heidi. Number 269, Joey Claiborne of Birdstown is the trainer. McWilliams Realty is the owner.
Kerry Hurst is riding for Rod Slagle, the trainer for Hidden S Farms. Suns Rocket again.
And Marble Secret Lady. I'm not sure who the rider is. Betty Bowman of Crossville is the owner. Windy Hill Farms is the trainer of Crossville.
And Astrojet's ridden by Chris Lack of Lack Farms. I don't know where they're from, but
that's really quite a large class.
And the judges asked for him to reverse and continue on the rail at a flat foot walk.
Now, in this particular, we mentioned that they're pretty. Okay, go ahead.
What I started to tell you was, as she took off, did you see the horse have his head? She let her reins completely out, and then as he started to take a step, then she bring them back in just a little with each step until about the third step she had him back. She had
back where he should be.
Back a hold of him and got his head back in position. She's making a good show.
Now, who is that? Do you know? In this class, first place will take a trophy and $50 in prize money. Second place, 40. Third place is 30. Fourth place is 20. And fifth place is 15. So over $4,000 in prize money during the 25 classes tonight.
And the judges asked for him to go on the rail at a running walk. Again, these horses will not canter. That's called when it's called a specialty class, that tells the riders they don't have to canter.
Okay.
So Brenda and I like this
You
class.
like this class?
We like this class.
Now, why would Brenda not maybe be in this class? I mean, she showed earlier. Would it be that it's just time to go? Or?
She could have shown in this class, walking amateur specialty.
So this would be because she is an amateur?
Right.
Right, okay.
But for whatever reason, she chose to ride in
She's looking for a mule. She was going to go find a mule. Get in on the mule race. We want to say a special thank you to our volunteers who have been helping us out tonight. Wick Wicker, our camera closest to us, giving up his whole evening. His wife, Marilyn, has been in our booth answering the phone. Also, Nelson Chansey was on the camera. I'm sure he probably still is. Seth Gilpin in the truck, always a tremendous support. And we also want to thank Kristen Wells for helping us out in our booth. And, of course, Kristen's husband, Rick, one of our producer-directors.
Tut Metcalf.
Here, our director probably at the moment, I bet. It sure is. So you guys are doing a great job. We have a terrific crew out tonight. Not only are we covering what's in the main arena here, but we've also been covering the mountain dance competition for rebroadcast on Tuesday night. So if you've been wondering, you knew that the mountain dance was tonight, and you maybe wondered, we haven't covered that. We are covering it, and we'll bring it to you then on Tuesday night. Now, what did he just do there, Debbie?
We've lost a stirrup, so the rider had to come in, ask for a timeout while they found his stirrup and put it back on the saddle.
I see.
Pretty good little rider for a young man.
There you go.
And
he's just starting out. No, actually, he looks like he's an experienced rider.
I'd say he is.
That was Curtis Allison there on Night Star Maker.
Yeah, that's a good horse.
It is a beautiful horse.
But see, that just goes to show you how smooth these horses are. And of course, again, you're not supposed to be using these stirrups to ride you're not supposed to put all your weight in the stirrups. You're only supposed to use them to balance barely. Yeah.
That's Jim Metcalf on What a Bum out of Sparta.
And he's been showing for years.
Has he?
Yeah.
Now, do you know a lot of these people just from
showing? Yeah, I've known for years.
That was Brandon Stout.
And, of course, Heidi.
Right. Now, has he asked him to go line up?
He's asked for him to come in and line up. And
all right, now we noticed Hattie came back around. Look, she's going around the other way.
Yeah,
all
if we
the
could
way
get a better
to the
look
end.
at Heidi, then I think our viewers could get an idea of what we were talking about, the showmanship and
As
coming
she
in to
waited-
line up.
She waited to the last second, didn't she? And she went all the way around the end of the ring. You just saw her just now come in on the end. But she actually went
all the way around.
Yeah. On the end of the ring.
That's a big deal.
That's smart strategy.
That's showmanship. And when you're at Chevyville at the World Grand Championship Horse Show, you always have like maybe a dozen horses that get it
They
one
try to
end.
do that, huh?
And so then they finally start, they'll take turns. you
Oh,
know.
is that right?
And they'll, or
Line
maybe
up
they'll
one at
do,
a time?
or they'll go two at a time down each side. One on each side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's exciting.
Heidi looks great, too. What a wonderful outfit.
Now, that horse, that's a
lot of handsome riders and horses.
that's pretty scary to show your horse first time in your hometown.
She did a great job, though. We have Carrie Hurst is one of our other lady riders. And I'm not sure.
Diane Gibbons. And one of our riders we don't have a name for.
Right.
But I think it's Betty Bowman from Crossville.
Well, she is the owner.
I think she's the lady with the gray coat and the blonde hair.
Now, well, a lot of people, I mean, how many shows are there in the area? Are there a lot within several
You'll
months?
have Carthage, Gallatin, Lebanon, Sparta, Smithville, Livingston, Byrdstown, Salina,
Crossville, they'll
they all have them. Yeah, and then they have their show in the spring or the summer, and then they'll have their county fair, and you go back again. And a lot of people consider that after next week, after the Chevyville show's over with, then the fun really starts because you don't have all that pressure on you, and you don't have to worry about what happens if we have something bad that happens with, we throw a shoe or bow a tenor or we get written up or whatever, after the Shelbyville Horse Show, you can just go and have fun. So some of those shows are the best.
Or really, people really show.
Yeah, they really have a lot more fun. And that's what Brenda was talking about earlier, that she's not been showing that much earlier this summer, but now she'll be showing a lot between now and Thanksgiving.
Oh, I see. We're going to turn it over to Gary Brenton now for the winners.
In the first place in the blue. In this walking amateur specialty class goes to entry number 269 Irrational. Ida McWilliams riding for McWilliams Realty Cookville. 269 Irrational and Heidi McWilliams to the blue ribbon. Second reserve in the class, to your right same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes to 678 Marble Secret Lady. Betty Bowman riding, the owner of Crossville 78 is reserved. Third award goes to 237 Midnight Star Maker. Curtis Allison riding for Curtis Allison and Virginia Allison, Lenore City. 237 is third. Fourth award goes to 731 Ebbs Gojo. And right down riding for Rooster Lefevre Baxter, 731 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to entry number 209. Owen Collector Dixie. Horace Pennington riding for Willington Cookville, number 209 is fifth. Let's give a round of applause to the remainder of the class for their contribution to this class.
And there you see our winner, Heidi McWilliams. What a terrific job she did. She's going to take her ride around the ring, isn't she, Debbie?
She's getting ready now to come out. This is her ride for glory. And on this ride, if we can get a good view, she's really going to turn it on. And I think now you can see how really good that horse is.
We are at class 19, I believe. And the wind's kicked up. Our papers are blowing around just a little bit. But it's a beautiful night to be here. I tell you, if you picked any night to come to the fair, this certainly was one of the better ones. A big full moon and gorgeous weather. It was hot today, as Brenda said, but tonight has been anything but perfect. I mean, it's just been wonderful.
Well,
there you see that stage. Look at that. There we are. We're over here in the corner. And Debbie, isn't it great? I mean,
I love this stage.
Beautiful.
It's wonderful. But the last class, I keep sitting here thinking, we had them tied first and second, just like the judge did.
Right.
Yeah.
You did. And
we did.
It was very impressive.
We did. So, but those were
I'm
great
learning
horses.
something. That's what it is.
We're going to turn you into a horse.
I think, well, you say you've been saying that, let's see, for how many years we've been saying that?
Well, we'll get you there. This class is a really exciting class. This is our style ranking class. And these horses are a lot like the walking horse, which I added earlier. Their feet go straight up more than out, and you don't have the head motion, rhythm with the body. The head's supposed to stay still. But they really are stylish. They really are flashy looking. They're prancy. And they just make a real pretty show. But now they'll get pretty fast.
In this particular, and this isn't the speed one.
No.
Right? Now, we have probably about 8 entries in this one, and then after this we're going to have a 3-year-old walking class, a plantation specialty amateur class, just to let you know what's coming up. We're going to have the speed racking class, the walking horse stake, the 3-barrel speed race. That's going to be kind of fun. And then finally the pole bending competition. Now, most of these, the entry fee is $20.
Right.
So somebody, if they enter 5 classes, they've got some money.
But the trainer doesn't pay that. The owner of the horse pays that.
Okay.
So,
but if you're an amateur,
you pay the entry fee. You pay the monthly training bill for the horse trainer, plus any extra expenses he has for
taking care of your horse.
If they have to be for shoes, you pay the shoe bill, you pay the vet bill, and then every time you go to a show, you've got a haul bill.
A what bill?
A haul bill. Because,
for taking the horse.
Yeah, because they have to, pay the horse trailer and the gas, and then sometimes you'll have a groom's fee because they've got to pay the grooms come and get the horse ready. So it's not.
It's probably got to have a dog.
And we're going to slow rack. and the judges asked for him to go on at a style rack. And we've got Jason Todd on Rollers Hurricane, Jennifer Hudson on Pride's Fair Chance, Laddie Key on Threat's Morning Star, Kenneth Neely on Sunset's Pure Image, Gary Bowman from Monterey on Pride's Final Satan,
Quentin Guppy from Monterey on Night Starlight. Go ahead. Tim Mackey on Pure Deluxe Jewel, and David Jones on Generator Power Maker from Jamestown. I'm sorry I didn't just jump right in there and start reading those. I was drinking my tea.
I lost my tea.
You did? How'd you do that?
And the judges asked for him to reverse and continue to slow walk. So he's moving. The judges show up quite a bit. I know where it is.
All right. Now they've stopped and already turned it into
the judges asked for him to reverse and continue a slow walk. And see how he's adjusted his curb chain. He's either tightened it up or maybe loosened it up a little bit. That happens to be Laddie Key on Threat's Morning. And a lot of times you want to loosen that up a little bit or rub your hand underneath it to give him a breather. You don't ever want your horse to get numb in the mouth, because if he does, you lose control.
So is it kind of like a collar?
It is. It goes under the chin, and it's a little chain, or sometimes it's a leather strap. But it's what gives you your control, because as you pull back on that bit, then the bit and it comes down on that chin strap and helps you.
Oh, I see. Saw Jennifer Hudson just a minute ago.
The judge.
Is that Quentin?
That's Quentin Guff, and the judges asked for him to show at a style rack. And it's really important in this gate that they be very consistent with their performance, but that they have that fast moving, the fast movement. I like this horse.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Yeah. Just look how prancy it looks.
See.
It's great. We want to remind you that, you know, the fair has just started off here in Phil in Putnam County. They've got 7 more nights to go, big nights actually. Tomorrow night is in fact, tomorrow starts a family picnic from 1 to 4.
And the judges asked for him to pull backs and go at a slow walk. I'm getting dry.
You need that too?
Yeah. And the judges asked for him to come in and park on the south side. And these riders are a little bit different than the walking horse people. Wherever they are, they just stop.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, these guys were already on the south side. They just stop.
It's over.
Kind of like they stop on a dime.
Really? It's incredible. But that family picnic is tomorrow from 1 to 4, and just bring your lunch, and they'll provide something to drink, lemonade, tea, coffee, as well as homemade ice cream, as much as you want to eat. You're already hungry. What do you want?
Banana pudding.
Banana pudding.
It's probably not a bite of banana pudding here.
I would say there's not.
But if...
I don't know. Some
City Square might have some.
City Square probably has... I know they have homemade desserts.
I know.
And I know the Zippatan booth has homemade desserts. Yeah.
This
So
is
who
a
knows?
special
You might find
request.
You're wanting that
Thursday
banana
night,
pudding.
I want banana pudding.
Oh, I thought you wanted Opal to bring you some fried pies.
That too.
Okay. All right. We're gonna have a good time. I can't wait. But and then tomorrow night is the big gospel show. Starts at 7 o'clock. It's a lawn chair thing. You can bring your lawn chair.
I love to listen to gospel music, and it'll be great.
It will be. And it's also a special night on the Midway. You need to know this. $15 armband. You can ride from 3 until 10 o'clock all you want.
Oh, I like that.
$15.
It's a school night.
Well, okay, so you can't ride till 10. You can start at 3 and ride till 8. Since when you and I really worried about being there at 8 o'clock? We've been working on it, but, you know.
I don't know who won the award for being tardy with their kids the most last year.
Well, you know, you and I both Max and Chandler
We had a tie.
They were tied there at Heavenly Host. They, I know one time, Marty Harris, of course, wonderful kindergarten teacher, sent back a little note saying, you were definitely the winner of this 6 weeks. So I may not have beat you out every day, but I beat you out that 6 weeks.
Mother, I hope you heard that.
She can't believe it. Can
She saw that report card and said, how many times this child been tardy?
He said, well, there are some things more important in life than being there on time.
I said, Icky got there after I did. I don't believe that.
And it's a fact. It's a fact. Of course, people who go to church with me know that's true, too.
Well, I'm the last one in. We'll hide every Sunday, so.
That's all right. God loves us anyway.
We're lucky.
I hope he
The
does.
ribbon will be presented by Mary John Chatton. We're going to ask the winner of the class, if you will, please ride out and to your right and down the rail to the judges stand for presentation. First place in the blue in the class goes to entry number 15, Sunset Pure Image. Kenneth Neely, the owner rider, Clark Range, 15, Sunset Pure Image, and Kenneth Neely to the blue ribbon in your style walking class. Second reserve in the class, if you ride to Sun Direction, reserve in the class goes to 279, Pure Delight Jewel. Tim Mackey, the owner rider, Crossville, 279 is reserved. Third award goes to number 77, Pride's Final Statesman. Gary Bowman riding in the owner of Monterey, 77 is third. Fourth award goes to 470, Night Starlight Diamond. Gwendon Guffey riding in the owner of Monterey, 470 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to 284, Generators Power Maker. David Jones riding of the Delk family, Jamestown, 284 is fifth.
That was an excellent. I love that. You know, have you actually looked down here at the Midway? It is really impressive.
It's
I
exciting.
mean, it's huge, and there are lights everywhere.
Hey, I walked through that Midway Thursday afternoon before anybody else did.
Coming up next is the 3-year-old walking class.
And we've got a lady in this class tonight.
Announcer stand, please. Pat Graves, come to the announcer stand. Bring them on, please. 3-year-old walking class. Bring them on, please.
I want to say a special thank you to Deb's Bed Shed and Furniture Store for providing us with stools in our bar stools and chairs inside of our booth there. For our volunteers, it was great.
Yeah. She could do that for us.
Brought here instead of these little folding chairs. Actually, it would be nice to have like a couple of directors' chairs.
It would be.
Yeah, right. Get out of here.
Okay, now
Not directors.
this is our 3-year-old walking class, 3-year-old walking horse class, and we've only got 5 entries, but it takes a little while for these horses to come in because, again, these trainers are out here showing other horses and doing other classes, and so they've had to change tack, then go back through the steward station. So the judges, we've got our class in, everybody's in on the show, NRL, and the judges told them go out a flat foot walk.
And our friends there at Square Cafe have brought us up some more tea, more ice and tea. So guys, if you're in the truck, they didn't bring you. Listen to you.
I agree.
So if anybody in the truck or needs some refreshment here, we've got some great sweet tea, fresh brewed. All right, it's going to be a good class, I bet, this particular class. Now, they're going to have to canter in this, did you say? They're going to have to?
No, the 3-year-olds don't canter in this one. I told you, I said, if it's a specialty, that lets you know that you don't have to canter. That's true, unless it's a 2 or a 3-year-old. But 2 and 3-year-olds are babies and they don't canter. So.
I see. Okay.
That was a little misleading.
Well, as long as you fess up.
And we're looking at Ruth Tudor on Dark Spirit's favorite. And she's on the rail at a flat foot walk.
Port Pennington is on Shaker's Precious Diamonds, number 209.
Rooster Bean is right behind this lady on Stormy's Anchor. Stormy's Anchor Away, owned by Joyce
Barr and Joe and Carol Lawson.
Dark Spirit's Favorite with Ruth Tudor, and I'm a Little Throat.
And that's owned by Larry and Ruth Tudor, and they're from 10 Mile, Tennessee. Randall Phillips, I'm a Little Throat. Is that the name of the horse?
That's what it looks like.
That's what it's got written down here. Randall and Rellin Phillips.
I'm a Little Threat is what I'm sure.
Threat?
I'm sure that's what it's supposed to be.
I bet you're right. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? Well, we appreciate you tuning in and watching tonight as we bring you coverage of Putnam County Fair. This is the 71st annual fair, and we certainly encourage you to come down here this week. Tomorrow night, we will not be bringing live coverage of the fair, but there'll be wonderful gospel music going on down here. And we will be broadcasting live from our booth and bringing you regular PBS programs. On Monday night, of course, we'll bring you full coverage of the beauty pageants. And then Tuesday night, we'll bring you a broadcast of tonight's mountain dance competition. Wednesday night, the motorcycle races. Thursday night, the Putnam County Horse Show. Friday night, again, we'll be bringing PBS programs, as there will be a special event here. And then on Saturday night, of course, is the mule pulling contest. We'll be here with that. So we hope that you all will join us throughout this week, and definitely come to the fair, though, if at all possible, because there's no way to experience it without being here. The food, the exhibits, the people, it's a wonderful place to be. And the fair board, Larry McDonald, all the folks who worked so hard, the advisory committee, all the people who make this happen, certainly deserve great recognition for a tremendous fair this year. We want to remind you also that we're holding a membership drive during this week, and ask that if you're a supporter of public television, that you enjoy watching Channel 22, that you'll give us a call at 528-2222 or 1-800-282-9283. We certainly depend greatly on viewer support, as federal and state dollars are constantly being cut and in jeopardy. Viewer support is ever more important, and we really appreciate those of you who have called in tonight, and hopefully will call in this week, especially supporting this kind of local programming. We could potentially be a PBS station that brought you only primetime programs from PBS, but we have taken on as a mission local programming and local production with events like this, the Smithville Fiddlers Jamboree, sporting events, music events, and our regular shows such as Upper Cumberland Camera and Sportsman's Trail, Cumberland Cooking. So many shows that you tell us how much you enjoy. So we hope that you will support that with your membership dollars. Give us a call. We're waiting to hear from you. We appreciate Kristen Wells and Marilyn Wicker, who've been here tonight answering our telephones. And Debbie, I don't know that if anybody ever called and told us what song they wanted Wayne to play. We told folks they could call in and request something, didn't they? And we didn't hear. I don't know if someone called in and Freebird. I bet he can play it. Let's see. Freebird. Can you play Freebird? He's thinking about it now. He's thinking about it. It's coming to him. It's coming to him. It's probably not a regular on the horse show circuit. Can we hum a few bars? Rick, can you hum a few bars? Our director in the truck. All I can remember is saying, Freebird! Freebird!
Yeah, but there's no music for that.
I know. Nobody's answering anything here. So.
By the way, I was going to ask
Oh, wait a minute. Here, you're talking. I got to find you a microphone.
Well, I'm talking your...
No, well, you can talk about it.
Just be still.
We're just so close.
Oh, I'm just asking you to go. How many years has CTU been out here?
Oh, a lot. Well, wait a minute. We're going to turn it over to Gary Burnson for the winners. Sit down here a minute and talk to me. And then we'll be back and talk to neighbors in just a second.
Will please ride to your left down the rail to the judges' stand for presentation. First place in the blue and the glass goes to entry number 189, Dark Spirit's Favorite. Ruth Tudor riding for Larry and Ruth Tudor, 10 Mile. Number 189, Dark Spirit's Favorite, and Ruth Tudor to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honor, if you ride the same direction, please reserve it. A glance goes to number 707, Stormy's Anchor Away. Rooster Beam riding for Joyce Parr and Joe and Carol Lawson. Number 707 is reserved. Third award goes to 77, I'm a Little Threat. Randall Phillips riding for Randall and Relan Phillips. Number 77 is third. Fourth award goes to 282, Safe Cracker. Tommy Bandy riding for Miss Tommy Bandy Allgood. 282 is fourth. And fifth award goes to 209, Shaker's Precious Diamonds. Horace Pennington riding for Horace and Willing Pennington Cookville. 209 is fifth. All right, let's take a look at it. Blue ribbon and winch entry number 189. Give her a big round of applause. It's Dark Spirit's favorite, Ruth Tudor riding for Larry and Ruth Tudor of 10 Mile. Dark Spirit's favorite and Ruth Tudor to the blue ribbon in your 3-year-old walking class.
Congratulations there, Ruth Tudor of 10 Mile, Tennessee. I'm going to have to, Wayne Neighbors is with us here. You know, he's the music man here at the Putnam County Fair. I'm going to have to check Debbie Norris's ear, see if she's connected to that judge, because she had just jotted down numbers here, and she got every one of them on the money.
Every one of them?
Every one of them. She had them just, I'm telling you. We're going to make her a judge.
I started saying, she could probably judge this thing and just hit it right on the money. You know what I'm saying?
Just take me to the horse show with a bag full of money.
What a gal.
Give her the bag full of money. There you go.
Oh, call in and request a White Christmas. Good.
Marty
okay.
Smith come request a White Christmas. Now, we were talking.
We did little jingle bells a while ago.
Oh, okay, we'll do White Christmas here for Marty Smith.
Yes, we'll do it. We'll do it.
And never did get Freebird on there, did you? You never did figure that out?
We didn't get Freebird.
Okay, guys, you got to figure out how Freebird goes so we can.
Mercy. Now, I was asking a minute ago, how many years that Channel 22 CT had been at the Putnam County Fair filming and doing live like we are tonight.
Right.
And somebody spoke in their headphones and said somewhere around 10 or 11 years.
Well, we think it's 11 years.
Around 11 years. You know, I about and travel, and of course I work in Cookville, 4 days a week and grocery selling and hear a lot of stuff. And I can't tell you the amount of people who say, Wayne, we saw you on Channel 22. Man, we appreciate that. We appreciate the station carrying that every year. There's so many folks who are not able to be here. Some that say, man, I got a good front row seat. And I appreciate you guys. And I just want to tell you how much that I really appreciate all you guys. And you folks at home, yeah, support your PBS station. Call me. I'm going to tell you, these guys are great. And you don't really, I don't think sometimes we understand what a treasure that we have in this station. And I got to get back to the Oregon thing, but I want to say one thing that a lot of times you'll see Becky and you'll see us cutting up, right here. But behind the scenes, there's these guys and gals that are behind these cameras out here, sweating, and the guys in the truck. Man, you guys, I just want to tell you from the bottom of my, I appreciate you. You guys are great. I appreciate you. You put in a lot of hours. A lot of people don't understand how many hours they put in out here, but you make this fair worth, just priceless for a lot of people who can't be here, but they sit at home and they're able to watch and they're able to enjoy. And man, I want to give you a little hand clap and say thank you. God love every one of you. You guys are very special to us.
Well,
you really,
we love
really
you
are.
too.
Thank you.
You've helped us out so much. Thank you. You better go play White Christmas.
Go play. Yes, White
Christmas for us.
Bully.
All right, we're going to be back here with a very special class here. A lot of terrific show horses here. Plantation Amateur Specialty class. Coming up next.
Tonight's live coverage of the Open to the World Horse Show is underwritten locally by McWilliams Realty and Auction, selling the Upper Cumberland for over 20 years. McWilliams features family and executive homes, land, farms, and commercial property. McWilliams Realty and Auction, South Willow Avenue, Cookville. Their goal is your satisfaction. And by Wilmoth Insurance Agency Incorporated, an independent agent serving the insurance needs of this area since 1939 by providing all types of insurance coverage, including auto, home, farm, business, life, and health. Wilmoth Insurance Agency, located on the corner of Dixie and Reagan Streets in Cookville. And by the financial support of viewers like you.
You're watching the Putnam County Fair live on WCTE-TV, Cookville, Tennessee.
We're in the Plantation Amateur Specialty. They do have a timeout right now. I'm not sure if a rider fell or what exactly happened, but it's over on the far side, and they're having to check something out. I don't know if something broke.
Got a little
on here. Oh, maybe
tack.
Lost something here.
A little tack.
Tack problem.
Yep. Strap fell off. Those stirrups just slide on a metal bar, not buckled in. There's just a little metal pin that comes down and holds the stirrups on. And if the rider leans way back, then he can actually pull that stirrup out unintentionally, or else it can just slide out. And if the horse is really walking real deep in back and real high in the front, then they're running at an angle, and as that rider rides, they
just pop out.
Yeah, they can slide out back. And some riders have horses that ride so deep in back that they actually have the saddle with a little L on the end of that pin to keep it from sliding out.
And that the person fixing the tack was Skip Knoll of Levin, Tennessee, on Chucky, number 45.
But then they got a little problem with their Caviston.
With their what?
Caviston.
What's that?
Well, that's a little leather-like halter that goes underneath. It goes underneath the bridle. I'm not making this up now. And it has a little strap that comes underneath the chin, and then the little strap that goes around the nose. And actually, without that, you don't have any control.
Yeah, we'd call it a doohickey in the TV world.
Or Caviston.
Now, that's Jackie Young there out of Edmonton, Kentucky on the Big Threat, number 12. We're seeing some riders that we haven't seen yet tonight, I believe. A couple of owner of that horse is Young Farms.
And this is our Plantation Amateur Specialty class. So these horses will not canter, but they're some of the better Plantation pleasure horses that you'll have here tonight.
Now, for example, this person out of Lebanon and this person out of Edmonton, Kentucky, are they here sort of trying, just getting a workout before they go to Shelbyville? Will they go there?
They'll go to Shelbyville, and then, of course, they have a Plantation World Championship as well. So, but these are some of our best Plantation pleasure horses that we're seeing here tonight.
Now, these tails are really long, and in fact, there's that one horse that's got the light color tail.
And that's typical for these Plantation pleasure horses. Or plantation horses. They really take a lot of care with these horses. And one of the things that you look for is that long, long tail with these. And, of course, their tail looks even longer because it's not being put, and it's not pushed up. Because those set tails, you lose a lot. Because, see, if that horse's tail, for instance, were in a tail brace, then his tail probably would only come down to his hocks.
And now, showmanship-wise, the white jacket is really setting off with that light-colored tail, isn't it?
And white is a real good color for ladies.
I believe that's Jennifer Carter on Come Dance With Me, trained by Ralph Chaffin and owned by Ralph Chaffin. Also in this particular class, we've got Eric Lewis on Ebby's Super Image, number 82. Trained by Rooster Bean. Oh, somebody heard us beg for corn. Thanks, Kevin. We've got roasted corn up here. I'm so happy.
I knew they'd bring us some food.
Isn't that sweet? Don't forget that roasted corn booth now when you come down to the fair. They're over near the country store.
And the judge asked for him to go at a running walk.
Lewis Hollingsworth of Dole, Tennessee is the owner of Ebby's Super Image.
Tom Willis is riding and is the owner. Well, he's the trainer, and Tom and Martha Willis are the owners of Royals Gold Sale.
Dwayne Chaffin is up on Magic Winterhawk, number 226, trained and owned by Ralph Chaffin.
Jennifer Carter is riding for Ralph Chaffin, the owner and trainer. Come Dance With Me.
As I mentioned before, I believe that's Jackie Young right there, the Big Threat, number 12, from Edmonton, Kentucky, owned by Young's Farm. And we also have Wayne Wright on the Cracker King, Firecracker King, number 207 from Cookville, owned and trained by Wayne. And I believe that's Wayne Wright right here. and Jennifer Carter, you see. Just beautiful, beautiful showmanship here. This is class number 21. We have 25 classes tonight, so stick with it. We're going to be here for a little while longer.
And Skip Noel has asked for permission to be excused and leave the ring.
Now, he must still be, would he still be having a problem then?
Apparently, or he would.
Okay, sorry. I mean, was it
I
a
didn't
new
mean it
problem?
that way.
I wondered if it was a new problem.
No, I don't think so, but I really didn't see, so I apologize.
It's all right.
I wasn't paying attention.
It's okay.
And they're all backing up as the judge comes by. That's part of this plantation pleasure requirement.
Gary Maynard, show chair. He's doing a great job, isn't he? I mean, that's that's got to be a lot of work being the chairman of this show. He's great. Keeping everybody in line would be the hardest, and especially since Debbie's up here.
And he said he was going to do it just one more time.
How many years has he said that? What a cutie pie. Look at that. I bet she's been down on the Midway. She's enjoying the horse show. Did you play White Christmas?
Yes, I did.
And I missed it. I was yakking right away, and I missed it Christmas. He played White Christmas. And do what? Gary Maynard's talking about the first time Wayne Neighbors ever rode that horse. Now, wasn't that some story? That I knew we were getting set up.
I fell for it.
I knew it.
And when he said the stock boy, I thought he was down at the stockyard. And
then when he said he unplugged it,
I could have killed him.
I knew it. I know, Wayne. We're getting set up. Set up. Now, I'm telling you, we got some fine-looking corn here.
How are we going to eat that corn without everybody in TV land hearing us?
Well, we're going to have to get off the headsets. We're going to have to take turns. Take turns. Look up. Oh, stop it. You don't even have it yet. You got to see it, though. It's so pretty. It's as pretty as it can be.
Oh, it is.
Look at that.
Now, do they roast it with the shucks on it?
Roast it with shucks on it.
They soak them all day in water?
I think so, and then roast them.
I've tried this, and I always set them on fire.
Well, now, Jackie Borden told us the other day, he does this a lot with fresh corn. He says it only takes about 20 minutes.
Okay.
And you only have to soak it about an hour.
All right.
And if you cut the ends of the you roast it in the shuck, and if you cut the ends of each end off, that it'll roast really quick.
Okay, but they didn't.
He actually grills it,
Okay, and they soak.
Now they didn't do that.
No.
Oh, we got to turn this over to Gary Brunton.
Okay.
Then we'll talk about corn.
Come dance with me and Jennifer Carter to the blue ribbon. Second reserve honors if you ride the same direction. Reserve in the class goes to 275, Royal Gold Sale. Tom Willis riding for Tom and Martha Willis. Number 275 is reserve. Third goes to 226, Magic Winterhawk. Dwayne Chaffin riding for the Ralph Chaffin. Number 226 is third. Fourth award goes to number 82, Ebbs Super Image. Eric Lewis riding for Louise Hollinsworth of Doyle. 82 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to number 201, Firecracker King. Wayne Wright riding the owner, Cookville. Number 201 is Phil. Right, let's take a look at that blue ribbon winner. Give her a big round of applause. It's entry number 227. Come dance with me. Jennifer Carter making the blue ribbon ride for Ralph Chaffin. 227. Come dance with me and Jennifer Carter to the blue ribbon in class number 21.
All right, class 22 speed rack gates open. Come on.
Now's the call for class number 22, your speed racking class. 5 entries in the class. Bring them on, please. 5 entries in your speed racking. Hey, bring them on. Come on, come on, come on, please.
Gates open. Come on, please. Speed racking. Come on, come on. I know y'all be here doing a great job.
We've got the speed racking classes coming up here, and it's going to be fun. I'm telling you, we want to thank again the folks who dropped us off a couple of ears of roasted corn here, and they have evidently roasted on the shuck all the way. Soaked them, buttered them, salted them, and we got them right here. And you can have one just like it if you come up, when you come to the fair. They've got a booth back there by the Home Economics building, right in front of the country store. And they certainly will be appreciated here, I'm sure, all week long. Roasting ears.
Roasting ears.
Roasting ears.
As we watch this pretty dapple gray horse.
That is beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful? And the judges asked for him to go on at a, this is my next to the favorite class.
Oh, every time something comes up, you say it's my favorite class.
Well, no, I didn't say. I said my next to the favorite.
Okay.
The next class is my favorite. But this is my next to favorite because this is the speed racking. Now, he's told to go at a slow rack. This is slow.
What if we had those little roadster ponies like that? That's your favorite class,
That's my favorite, yeah.
We don't have those tonight.
I do have a lot of favorites.
You do? Okay, in this particular one, we've got Jason Todd.
This is a slow rack. I want you to look how fast they're going.
Slow?
This is slow.
Are you sure this is slow?
I thought that's what he said.
I believe you're right. That's Renee Neely right there, Pride Star
But they look
Award.
like they're going at
She's at a Clark Range.
And that's a slow rack. Get your hat on.
Jason Todd on Pride's Flashy
And
coin.
he's telling them to bring them on. Let's let them go.
Bethpage, Tennessee is in
All
here.
right.
Kenneth Neely on Choice's Flashy Cut, Clark Range. Gary Bowman.
This horse has got, see how consistent this one is? The black one. All right, but see, he's breaking. Oh,
Right, he's galloping,
yeah,
right?
so
Can't
he
gallop.
broke. Yeah,
But
now
now that's
he's doing good, the dapple. Oh, I like that.
Gary Bowman on Strutting Stray Cat from Monterey.
Now that is showy.
Oh, they're moving now.
Yeah, the little girl in the black just broke a little bit, but I don't think the judge saw her.
Yeah, he can only look so many ways.
Yeah. And the judge has asked for him to go back at a slow walk. To show walk. And to reverse. And to continue at a show walk. And this time, when he tells them to move on,
they'll be gone.
They'll be gone. I love it. Just wouldn't want to do it. Just like to watch it.
I think you need to try it.
Maggie Morgan, you know, wonderful, wonderful supporter of the county fair.
Right.
Always worked so hard. Used to raise thoroughbreds. She talked me into getting on one of her thoroughbreds one time.
Oh, no.
I decided speed was not for me.
Were you gone?
I was gone. I didn't know if I'd ever see Cookville again. She was fun. She was cute.
Yeah, I bet. That's great. There you, well, I don't think we have that person written down.
And they're going at a show walk. And he's asked for them to turn them on, let them go, and let them move on. And they're off. Look at that. The gray one, I think, is making a, you know, he's just a showier looking horse than the little brown. But they're definitely in competition with each other. All right, now this bay is doing really good.
I believe that's Gary Bowman, isn't it?
Yeah. This girl's not doing bad, but she broke.
Into a walk.
Yeah.
Gallop.
Yeah, she broke. And these two they're not as consistent as the little gray horse and
well, they certainly are doing a great job. That's so much fun to watch. Oh, there's number 15. That's Kenneth Neely at Clark Range.
And you know when they line up for the just come around and look at them, a lot of times where you've got two horses that are just real close, like these two were, they'll line up together.
And why would they do that?
Well, maybe I might think my horse has got a better conformation. And
okay.
Represents the breed better than your horse. So I want to pull up right next to you so the judge will see that.
Because if he's undecided at that point, that may be the deciding factor.
That could be. Or let's just say your horse is, you know,
feisty.
Yeah. And mine's real well-mannered. I've got mine under control a little bit better.
Yeah. Okay. We talking about our horses or our kids? Because neither one of us fit that bill.
Our kid, no. I do better with horses than I do kids.
Well, both would be a great challenge to me. Parenting is certainly an
The
acquired
ultimate.
skill, I think.
The ultimate challenge.
That is a beautiful horse.
Mm-hmm.
And there you see Kenneth Neely on Choice's Flashy Cut.
And I wonder if this Renee Neely is his. They're both from Clark.
They're both from Clark Range.
Yeah, that's got to be father and daughter.
Pride Starwood.
But
Now,
she
do
didn't
they-
line up beside him.
Well, maybe she wanted her space.
Class number 22, your speed ranking class.
And we're going to turn it over to Gary Brewington now as we watch Renee Neely.
Down around the Debbie Stanley presentation, first place.
15 Choices Flashy Cut. Kenneth Neely, the owner, rider, Clark Range, and I believe he's the world's champion if my memory serves me correct. Second reserve, you'll ride the same direction, please. Reserve in the class goes to number 64, Pride Star Award. Renee Neely riding the owner, Clark Range. 64 is reserved. Third award goes to number 77, Strutting Stray Cat. Gary Bowman riding for Brent Bowman, Monterey. 77 is third. Fourth goes to 221, Pride's Flashy Coin. Jason Todd, owner rider, Beth Page. 221 is fourth. And your fifth award goes to entry number 191, Bum's Nature Boy. Kenny Pierce, the owner of Monterey, number 191 is fifth. Ladies and gentlemen, 2-year-ago world champion, speed racking horse, number 15 Choice, Flashy Cut, Kenneth Neely, the owner rider. Give him a big Putnam County round of applause as he comes down the straightaway.
This is the music I've been waiting for all night.
This is your favorite, isn't it?
This
is your favorite.
That is a favorite song of all time. My favorite music. It just makes you want to cry.
It does.
Makes you want to hug somebody up.
And the state class is coming up next. That's pretty good feeling to be right there holding the trophy. And
It really is. And she did
well.
She did well.
Now that last horse it said was a world champion. Does that mean that it was at Shelbyville that they got the horse?
No. They had the speed ranking classes. I'm not sure if they have the ranking championship in Alabama, or I'm not sure where they have the ranking world championship, but that was the world champion ranking horse, which is kind of unusual when you've got a world champion to continue showing it.
Right.
But
well, he sure was an impressive.
Oh, he's
impressive
awesome.
horse.
As they come in the state class, Becky, this class is primarily horse trainers. The owners are sitting on the road watching the trainers show their horses. I'm going to tell you, give you a little trivia.
All right.
Who still holds the record for being the youngest person to ever win this class?
You do.
I do.
You know what? I only guessed that. Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods.
No, I do.
Now wait, you hold the record at the Putnam County Fair for being the youngest person to win this class. Now, how did you even compete in this class? And
I
not be a
shouldn't have,
trainer?
probably. But it's an open to the world class, meaning that you know, the other classes were specified trainer, amateurs or ladies or juveniles, but this is an open class. In your open classes, trainers primarily show in these classes. Your state class is the best horse of all the horses that are here tonight. So this is supposed to be the very best. So when I was about 15, my dad had a real big horse, and I was probably 4'8". And he decided best way to get that horse to really show well was put this little bitty kid on this big horse.
My goodness.
And at that time, the money that you won for this class was $200.
Just this class?
For this class, first place was $200. I didn't get the money. He did.
Oh, no.
We're looking at
But did you get a big old trophy?
Oh, I got a horseshoe that went over the horse with flour all over it. This was considered the Middle Tennessee's champion sweepstakes.
Really?
That Cookville was always one of the biggest shows in the state.
Wow.
So when I competed that night, the ring was full of horse trainers.
It was full of horse trainers.
Uh-huh.
Probably the
Honestly.
stands were full.
The stands were full. I'm not lying.
That is incredible. You were 15?
Yeah.
Did you just die? Were you the only
I
female?
was so nervous when they lined up, and he would never tell you if you know how you did.
Your dad?
Yeah, he would never tell you, because if he said you were doing good, he was afraid that
Right,
you'd slough
spook him.
off. Yeah, or you'd slough off. So when we lined up, I was so nervous that my mother remembers my leg just went into tremble,
no.
and you could see me. You could see my leg shake, like a dog's
Right.
leg shakes when he scratches.
Oh,
my
my
leg
goodness.
just started to...
Were you the only female in the class?
I was the only child, the only female in that class. Everybody
you were
else in there was a horse
15.
trainer. Uh-huh.
That's amazing. That's
Thursday
amazing.
night, I'll see if I can find a picture
See
of
if you
that.
can find- yeah,
Yeah.
that'd be great. And it was for the Open to the World horse show.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll see if I can't find a picture.
You need to do that.
And these horses are, they were going to canter. Rouge had a little bit of problem there, but the judge asked for him to go at a flat foot walk, so maybe he didn't see that, hopefully. And the judge asked for him to reverse directions and continue at a flat foot walk.
Now, do you remember some of the people that were in that class?
Yeah, Elmore Brock, everybody called him Possum Brock, was a real popular, real well-known, successful horse trainer from Sparta. And he was in there, and I remember beating Possum. That was a big deal.
That was a big deal, huh?
Possum.
I bet your dad was proud.
Oh, he was. Of course, he got all the credit. All I did was sit there. The horse was so well broke.
Right.
So.
You were a good rider. If you started riding, I'm sure you started riding when you were about 1, didn't you? As soon as you could sit.
My first memory of life is sitting on top of a horse in front of my dad and going between that horse's ears. And I had to be about 2.5.
Good
maybe.
night.
Yeah. But I remember that fall.
I bet you did.
Yeah. And we're on the reverse going at a flat foot walk in the walking horse stake class. And the judges asked for him to go at a running walk to let him walk on.
Let me let you know who's in this class. Rooster Bean is up on Ultra's Threat Charmer, owned by Russell Nixon of Carthage, Tennessee. That's number 707.
And number 162 is a Threatening Mark with Randy Young up, riding for DNR Stables. R.V. Young's the owner.
Scott Beatty is up on Tossed Coin, 271. Trainer Scott Beatty of Birdstown, and the owner is Karen Cook of Cookville.
And Larry and Ruth Tudor on Rose's Midnight Run, and Ruth Tudor, who won a class earlier, is riding again in this class.
Greg Cravens is up on Grits Honeygold, number 293. He is the trainer of from Cookville, and Rachel Kester of Sparta is the owner.
And N.C. LaRue and Edwina LaRue are the owners. N.C. is riding Olada. Olada?
Olada. How about that? Olada. And they're from Jamestown.
And there's
30.
Taylor in a canter on the right lead.
Now, that's not the same? Is that the same horse you showed earlier?
I don't think so.
I don't know what we did with our papers.
No. And the judges asked for him to go at a flat foot walk.
Now,
and he'll ask them to canter here in just a minute. So they're gearing up for that. If you'll notice, these trainers kind of watching to see if they're in the curve, because they want to be in. They want to be in a curve. No, he didn't ask for
now
canter.
this is not the same horse. She was on Dark Spirit's Favorite that she won first earlier. So
Okay.
this is not the same one.
No. This is Scott Beatty we're watching. Scott from Birdstown. He's trained several World Grand Champions. Oh.
There it goes again.
I know.
And Wayne Gray.
He's wonderful.
our hero. Well, he can play. We're going to have another request here during the next.
All right. But this is my favorite. But this is a tradition. You always play the Tennessee Waltz during the state class. And then at the World Championship Horse Show, the governor always gives out the trophy.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
So now, like in Shelbyville, how many would be in the state class? How many horses?
Maybe 50.
50
There
horses?
could be, yeah.
Wow.
But no, in the state class, probably won't be but like 25 because they really
narrow them down to the best?
The trainers do themselves. There's no qualifying. There's nothing you have to do to qualify to show
For
at
any
Shelbyville.
class?
If you've got a horse and it's a registered walking horse and you want to show it at Shelbyville and you're silly enough to go down there, then you just send them your money and take your little horse and go right on down.
You mean if I just go out here and buy me a horse, I could just
If it's
there,
a registered Tennessee walking horse, that's right.
How about that? Here's Wayne. Come here, Cousin Wayne. Talk to us some more.
All I want to say is a minute ago, when we were talking about that corn, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember a few years ago, I had a picture of Debbie.
Yeah.
And is this thing on?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I had a picture of Debbie, and we took it and put it out in the corn crib there. Somehow it went up in there. And
Look, somebody's got a picture. Debbie, you getting ready to eat some?
And I don't know. And
look
listen,
at that.
I was talking about the corn. See, that made me think about that. Listen, we had rats to bring back corn they'd stole 3 years ago. One of them left a note and said, please take that picture down.
You're so bad.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so bad.
It is a hoot.
It went so good, I beat you over the head with it.
That is the sweetest corn, though. Isn't that good? You said it was great.
I've done nubbed down one over there.
I'm down. It is great.
You know, these folks would have to know that we've been here all night long through all the heat and the dust.
Well, you know, they're still up with us at 11:39. I bet they don't care.
They don't.
Here at 9:30 this morning.
This
You were
morning?
here at 9:30 this morning? Why?
My.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Gary Branson now.
We're going to ask the winner of the class, if you will, please. Listen real close. Take the track to your left all the way around and back down to the judges' stand for presentation. And the first place in the blue in this walking horse state class for 1997 goes to entry number 271. Toss the coin. Scott Beatty making the blue ribbon ride for Karen Cook of Cookville. 271. Toss the coin, and Scott Beatty to the blue ribbon in your walking horse state class. Second reserve honors, if you ride to your right, please. Reserving the class goes to number 189, Rose's Midnight Run. Ruth Tudor riding for Larry and Ruth Tudor, 10 mile, 189 is reserved. Third award goes to entry number 293, Grits Honey Gold.
Brenda Trinich, and we're here to tell you a little bit about juvenile 11 and under class. And we've got 2 riders in this class tonight. And they are on the rail going at a flat foot walk. And Brent, who have we got in this class tonight?
Okay, we have Stephanie Paquette, number 19. She's riding Will's Rhode Allen. We also have Brent Bowman, and he's riding Jim's Flaming Shadow, and he's number 77. Got 2 young riders here tonight.
And the judges asked for him to reverse and continue on the rail at a flat foot walk. Actually, they're lining this class up. He's already got it tied.
Didn't take him long to make up his mind. Our judge tonight's Jimmy Lewis, by the way, and he's doing a good job tonight.
We've been real pleased with Jimmy, and he's had some hard classes to tie.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes tonight, would you?
No. And these riders are 11 years old and under.
I think these 2 riders are well below 11 years old.
And that's Susan Sparks' granddaughter?
Yes.
She's been, I think this is her 4th class tonight she's been in.
And you can tell she really loves to ride that horse.
Now, she's the one that, for our viewers at home, in the costume class, she won 1st place. She was the Proud to be American.
Proud to be American.
Stood up on the back of the horse.
Her little sister stood up on the back of the horse.
Was that who it was? Okay.
The little sister.
Well, they were just so cute.
That was Susanna that stood up on the back of the horse.
That's right.
But they're both so tiny.
And speaking of little tiny kids, I've got one at home. You do too, I guess. That better be in the bed.
It's getting about that time. Tomorrow's school day, isn't it? Ricky, if you're watching, go to bed.
Chandler, that's ditto.
I think the judge already made his decision, and
This was the fastest class. It doesn't take long when you've only got a couple of horses in there to decide. And he's not wasting any time. We're already through with Class 9, and they're getting ready to give the ribbons out. Start show's halfway over with, and we'll turn it up to Drew Huffines.
And your first place award, first place goes to entry number 19, Stephanie Biquette and Wills Roan Allen. Stephanie Biquette gets first in the class. Second place, right on down, Brent Bowman, number 77 on Jen's Flaming Shadow. The big Putnam County show is sponsored by the Putnam Farmers Co-op. For all of your farm needs, rely on the Putnam Farmers Co-op.
And that's our class. That's our class tonight, Brenda, for the juvenile ladies. In that
That's
class.
right. It was Leo Brown, and he's such a wonderful person.
they made you
And he, you know, Leo's going to be with us Saturday night to announce our mule pulling contest. So he'll be here. Leo and I will be here, and you guys have to tune in because he is always so much fun. And he's very knowledgeable about mule pulling, about anything, and really about the fair. He's served so many years on committees and helping out with this fair that he's a real asset to have around. So we're going to look forward to him being here.
And we've got our light shod juvenile pleasure walking horse class coming in now. And we've got 8 entries in this class tonight. And so this ought to be a real good class. Ought to be one of our better classes tonight.
How many's in the class, Debbie?
We've got 8 entries.
Now, you know, we're going to have some cotton candy here next. I went and got that, too.
I wondered when you were going to open it.
Well, you know, I'm going to hold out for a few minutes.
Are we rationing the goods?
Yes, right.
You do at the auction?
That's it. We've got sweet tea and pie like we do at the auction. Thank you very much. We have to make that food last throughout the evening.
They know the tonnages are there.
And no, listen, and Judy Williams, she has the hardest job in the entire auction, keeping people's hands off the food.
I know, it's not fair.
We do have to ration it. And
with these juveniles on the rail, on their light shod pleasure walking horses, going at a flat foot walk.
Now we're looking at Nicole Phillips, and she is riding Hard Feelings.
And we got in our class tonight, Brenda, Chance Heron on Pancake.
Mickey Elmore is riding Misty Rose. Lacey Nichols is on Ronaldo's El Go, I guess.
And Amy Allen on Chance's Victor.
As we were saying earlier, Nicole Phillips is riding Hard Feelings. Brent Bowman is riding in Flaming Shadow.
And Jason Stover is up on Champ. And that happens to be Pancake with Chance Heron up that we just saw. And that's Jen's Flaming Shadow with Brent Bowman. Yeah. And these kids are having a lot of fun on the rail, going at a flat foot walk. They were going at a running walk. And now they're slowing down for a flat foot walk. And
some of these horses have been in here already 5 or 6 times, so they're getting real used to spring and really relaxed now.
And so the judges asked for them to reverse and continue on the rail at a flat foot walk. And we've got a little cotton candy here.
Yeah, and you know,
oh, it's good.
Wayne Neighbors is so talented. I just walked back there and stuck a big hunk of cotton candy in his mouth, and he didn't miss it. He didn't miss it. He says, "This mean we're married now? You wouldn't food my mouth?" No, I don't think so. Those start that.
Well, stay tuned, folks, because we do have a little recital.
That's right. I get to play. I get to play the little tune back here with Wayne.
We're doing all right. We've had roasted corn, iced tea, hamburgers,
French
cotton
fries.
candy, French fries,
Popcorn.
peanut.
I love the fair.
I know why now.
Now we need that candied apple.
We're getting that. We're going to get that before it's over with. We've got 2 more big nights.
I don't think Brenda knows what to think about us.
Oh, she's scared.
I'm gaining weight just listening to you guys.
You know, this is blueberry cotton candy.
Pretty good.
That's good here, Brenda. I vote. You need some blood.
All right, we're on the reverse.
Too thin.
And we're moving on along. These riders are doing a really good job.
Amy Allen. She's riding Chance's Victor. She's doing a real good job.
This is the fresh cotton candy.
Isn't it great? I got it right here. This little cotton candy stand right next to the stage.
Oh, it's right here?
Right here. It's good, too.
They give it to you?
No, I paid for it. You think that was another shameless plug, didn't you? I bought this, and I paid the 4-H people for the popcorn. Just telling you.
You pay for the roasted corn?
No. It was unsolicited. All right, I think we need to just eat and let Wayne play the organ.
I think that sounds like a
I
great
think so.
idea.
We've got fair officials giving us the dirty eye. Oh, there he is.
Gary Maynard's son has been running the winners up here all night. His name's Jimmy Maynard. I don't know if we can get a shot of him, but he's sitting right now. He's sitting at the edge of the stage. But he's done a great job. He's been busy all night long hauling winners up here for Gary, who is the ringmaster. And,
Which really should be the one doing all the running.
Yeah, well, Gary's pretty smart. Of course, he did say, well, maybe he could get a, hey, right now he's enjoying candy apple. I believe he's got a second. There's a good, oh, he's moving this way, though. They're running him up. Drew Huffines, he's got to check out, make sure that he's got the right numbers. So poor Jimmy was getting ready to sit down and maybe bite that candy apple and look at him. Now he's got to run back out there. Jimmy Maynard, he has done this all night long. Runs it and says, okay, Dad, what's the deal? And they must have a number discrepancy of some sort of, yep, that's it, run back. Thanks a bunch, Jimmy. You've a great job, and what a big help that is, isn't it? It certainly has speeded things up, though.
It certainly has. We had to wait till Gary ran back and forth. We'd still been here on the third class.
Oh, love you for that. Yeah, it is true, though. It's nice to have a young person. It's nice to have a young person keep things moving. That's great. That is great.
Isn't it a cool night?
Oh, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Have you ever worn a jacket? You've got on a jacket right now. Have you ever worn a jacket to the fair?
Not very often.
No, I mean, I can't. But you know what was strange is the same thing happened at Smithfield this year.
Oh, did it really?
That Saturday night, it really cooled down and was very, very pleasant, just like this. We're going to turn it over to Drew Huffines for the winners now of this class.
And we have the blue ribbon and the trophy. In this class, awaiting you, entry number 203, Nicole Phillips on Hard Feelings. Nicole Phillips takes the blue. Your second place award goes to Lady Amy Allen on Chance Victor. Third award, third goes to number 77, Brent Bowman on Jen's Flaming Shadow. For the fourth place award, it's 154, Nikki Elmore on Misty Rose. And that fifth award, 170, Lace Sickles on Ronaldo Del Rustico. All of them gets a big round of applause at the Thursday night show, the Putnam County show, sponsored by the Putnam Farm. Speed Racking horses are coming to the ring next. Bring on the Speed Racking horses. The Speed Racking horses are next. Bring them on, please. The Speed Racking entries. Waiting on you. 6 entries on the way to the ring.
And there you saw giving out the award there was Flo Null, escorted by her son Larry. Flo is the senior affairs of the fair. And we've got just wonderful array of beauties here with their handsome escorts helping us out at the county show.
And this class we have in here now is one of my favorites. It's the speed racking class, Vicki. And these horses just fly. They're so much fun.
Need one more entry. And he's on the way. And in the ring.
And we have, you said 3? No, we have 5, right? Oh, we have some real talented people in this class because I've seen them before.
Quentin Guffey from Monterey on Caution Blue Magic.
And Raymond Bilbrey, number 161, will be up on Princess. He's from Woodville.
And Kenny Pierce from Monterey on Bums Nature Boy. And this is a real good class.
Let's see, who else do we have? Tammy Goodwin will be up on Mac. She's number 298, and she's from Cookville.
And Gary Bowman on Strutting Stray Cat, number 77 from Cookville.
So I believe that's all we got in this class, and they're moving right along.
Well, we've got 6 horses in here and 5 entries.
No, so we must be missing somebody. It's a wise deduction, isn't it? We're missing somebody.
And the judge has asked for him to go on at a fast track, and these horses are flying. What the judge is looking for is, of course, style, but it's really, really important that they be consistent in their gait and not break. And so if they break, that does count against them.
And I bet on a cool night like this, they are ready to go.
They really feel good. This is good weather for these horses.
Reverse that ring, riders. Reverse the ring and show off. Number 298, this Tommy Goodwin on the mat. Strong straight cat is 77 with Gary Bowman in the saddle. Caution the magic. Quentin Guffey.
Brenda?
70.
Yes, ma'am.
61, Ryan Bill.
We've had a great evening. I appreciate you coming and being with us.
I love the horse show, but I'm getting ready to go home and go to bed.
Aren't you going to go watch?
Well, I have to rest up because I'm getting close to 55.
Oh, right, yeah.
I'm ready for this class next
Yeah,
year.
right. That's not true, and everybody knows it. Thank you so much. You are always a wonderful, wonderful asset to our programming, as well as our station. And Brenda Turnage and the whole Turnage family are great volunteers for WCTE, and we appreciate Brenda coming and helping us out tonight.
And Quentin Guffey's been making an excellent show. He seems to have the fastest horse in here, but again, it's really important that they be consistent in their gait.
And there you see Gary Bowman, isn't it? Isn't that Gary? Moving right along there on the screen. I believe 70, yep, 77.
And we've got one lady in here, Becky. Tammy Goodwin.
And she's been a great show. Quentin always, this is something I think he shoots for every year, is to take this home. There you see Quentin Guffey in the white hat.
And the judges tied a class, and he's asked them to come on in and line up.
He did what? He tied?
He tied it. That's, I mean, it's not a tie. That's just what you call it. When
when you're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tied the class.
I think Wayne Neighbors is falling asleep back there. Listen to that. I promise it was just sweet tea.
This is usually our first horse show.
That's right.
Of this year. And on Saturday night, we usually get silly.
Yeah, but, well, you know, but it happened because this is our
last horse show for, but at least
for
this
97.
time, when we say goodnight, the fair will not be over.
That's right.
You've got, and we'll have 2 more days to enjoy it.
Absolutely, which is wonderful. And I think having the horse show last Saturday night was a wise decision. And
I think it's certainly a plus for us because we were able to have so many really good horses that we wouldn't have been able to have. We've got a lot of local riders that are not here tonight because they're going in Shelbyville.
Right.
So if we hadn't had that class last Saturday night, I doubt we'd have very good crowds.
I think you're right. So it was a good thing to do that. Now, Wayne, do you play for the mule pulling?
No, I don't. It makes them mules so mad. And they've told me more than once that if that boy plays that organ, I ain't pulling one bag of fertilizer. Don't you even think about me.
Don't put them out there.
No, yeah.
They don't want to be confused with being a horse or anything.
They don't. Oh, confused. Ooh, that makes them so mad.
We were trying to figure out how we got a mule the other
them.
night, didn't we?
Huh?
Debbie and I were trying to figure out how we got a mule the other night.
How you got a mule?
Yeah, somebody called in and told us.
Mule.
A walking mule.
Walking mule. And apparently our viewer didn't know.
A walking mule?
That you can get a walking mule by breeding a jack to a walking mare.
Yeah, you said something.
Isn't that right? No.
Yes, you're right. And listen, in my travels, I've seen them happen. And
you've seen it happen.
Well, I mean, I've seen
you take a jack and a walking mare, and they get married.
Okay, we're going. Well, you know what? I'm just going to tell you who the first place winner is because we missed it there. It was Gary Bowman came in first. How about that?
Boy, that guy, he's got a fast horse, ain't
he? He does.
Look at there coming around that corner.
Plus, he can ride him. I mean, he leans in the curve and he just takes off.
He leans. You know, with these horses too, and Dave will tell you, you have to lean them in the curve like you riding a motorcycle. You don't, but you in the grass.
You know what would be fun sometimes is to get a highway patrolman maybe to put a clock on them and see how fast they're going.
It would be, wouldn't it?
It really would.
Yeah.
Because I think our viewers would be so shocked to see how fast they really do move.
I believe that's Kenny Pierce.
Is that Kenny Pierce?
I believe it is. From Monterey on Bum's Nature Boy. 191. Yep, and Quentin Guffey's going to come in third. Now, what kind of music do you play for this? You know, I mean, I was talking, so.
This is
Mystery Lady.
This being speed ranking, I play it fast, seriously, because this is such a fast-paced class. So try to play it really and keep it as fast-paced. Don't get too fast for them, but stay. You can kind of watch their gait and stay pretty close. But usually pretty fast. Now style racking has a little bit fast gait, but you have to kind of shift your gears there a little bit. You know,
because they don't do the fast all the time.
No, so they do kind of a show rack, a slow rack, and that sort of thing. So you have to kind of shift your gears there just a little bit.
The horses will come out, run as far in, come around the last pole, weave their way back and through, and then come around the end pole, back again, come out the first pole where they began, and back to the timer. It's a real exciting event. There's more versatility of these animals, quarter horse, pain horses that are in the arena here tonight. And we're trying to get on. We're going to have another little run here. just to pick up and check and see if the timer's working. They broke it and see if it started. And they're trying. Sometimes timers with these electric eyes can be a little difficult to adjust and get them aimed in, locked in across the arena. But they've got a crew over there working with it. You can see there's a shot.
Larry, we were talking earlier. You've got Western horses and quarter horses. What is the difference?
Well, Western is the class. That's the class that you're showing. It's not really the breed. It's a class. It's the Western pleasure class, or there's different Western events. We have trail, which is where you go over obstacles, bridges, and it's all done at a very slow pace, and the object is for the horse to do it correctly, to go through it, like to go into a square, a set of 4 landscaping ties, for example. You have to step in without touching, make a 360-degree circle, and step back out without touching any of the ties. If you touch one, knock it out, what happens there is you get scored off. You have to cross a bridge without any resistance, or you have to ground tie. For example, the rider's got to get up, drop the reins, get off, drop the reins, and then walk over and walk around. The horse cannot move. Called ground tie. There's different things in the trail event. These are all Western type classes. They're done in Western attire. The American quarter horse, of course, was a horse that was bred in this country and known for its speed. Its speed in a quarter mile. That's how the breed got its name. Starting from a dead stop to a quarter mile, is very, very fast athlete. And then you have pain horses here who usually have quarter horse blood in them, and Appaloosas can have quarter horse blood. So you have crossbreeding in there. But it's a very versatile animal, very, very versatile animal, and they participate in all kinds of classes. I mean, the Western classes, the speed classes here, the roping classes, and even English. They use the quarter horses for jumping. They have some big, you think mostly of thoroughbreds and different types of horses, that type of breed in the jumping. But they actually have jumping classes for quarter horses.
Well, and then don't they race some of these quarter horses? Isn't that
out west, quarter horse racing is very big. Again, it's a short distance. Usually they'll run a quarter mile, or they'll run the longest race for a quarter horse usually it would be about a half mile, but it's very fast. It's usually most of it's a straightaway sprint, and it's a quarter mile sprint. So that distance at 440 yards, and what they'll do is, I mean, they come out and then they just race to the wire. And
that's really getting to be popular.
It is popular, especially out west. You've got some big racetracks out there. There's pari-mutuel betting that, like Remington Park, just north of Oklahoma City. You get tracks in Albuquerque, La Mesa Park, in Raton, New Mexico. There's a lot of parks around the country, and they offer a racing card that is not just strictly quarter horse. They'll have several quarter horse races and have several thoroughbred races. So it's it just shows off the versatility of the animal, of the breed.
I think they're having some of these in Kentucky too, aren't they?
They may have some quarter horse meets. And I would. I've not seen the. I don't believe they do that at Lexington. They may though. I don't really know.
I had a friend that had some horses that had taken them up there to race some time back. And that was the first I had heard of this.
Oh, yes.
It's really interesting.
It's really exciting because it's not like a thoroughbred race. A thoroughbred race, you come out of the starting gate and they go, and you got a horse's chance to come from behind. You know, he may be back 4 or 5 positions, and he comes from behind, and he has a chance to make up ground if he gets out of the gate slow. Well, in a quarter horse race, there's not enough time for do that, because a thoroughbred race can run a mile, mile and a half. I mean, the Kentucky Derby's a mile, the Preakness is a mile and a quarter, and the Belmont is a mile and a half, and then they have various 6 furlongs, 7 furlongs, and they're rather long races. A quarter horse race is very fast and very quick. I mean, you usually get out of the gate, and they sprint all the way, and then there's usually 6 or 7 horses with their nose right there at the wire. Very, very exciting to watch. We're still having some technical difficulties. They just asked me if we had a stopwatch, at the fair office, which means that they're having some problems with the timer, trying to get it dialed in. This always happens, just technical difficulties.
Oh, yeah. That's all right.
So they told us from the truck to talk a lot. So that's what I've been doing, and Becky took off for a few minutes, and we're just chatting along in here and around midnight at the Putnam County Fair.
But thank goodness this is not the last night.
Oh, no. We got 7 more big nights.
And you know, this is really going to help because so many people watch the horse show on TV, and then the fair's always been over with.
Right.
And so they see it on TV and they get all fired up about it. And so they'll maybe come on down next week and enjoy the fair.
Did you just, a public address announcer said Channel 22 comes to the rescue. They had a stopwatch. So there must have been a stopwatch in the truck. You know, everybody, folks at home know TV business runs on very precise timing, so they had a stopwatch in the truck, and Channel 22 bailed them out.
Well, Becky told it. Get me to shut up.
Me too. Becky's over here enjoying a roasted ear of corn. You ought to see her chowing down here. She's having a big time at the fair.
That corn is so good.
That's a really major part of the fair, is being able to come and eat all this great food.
Oh, it is.
I mean, we got everything down here from ice cream, you know, type blizzard things, snow blizzard, whatever they call them, and the hamburgers, hot dogs. I talked to Jackie Donaldson up at the country store, and they're not going to be able to open tomorrow because they sold out all their baked goods, and the ladies aren't going to make any more till Monday.
Oh, no.
So they're not going to get any more deliveries from the ladies till Monday, so the country store won't be open tomorrow. But they've had a great night. I mean, these folks, the food vendors, have really worked hard on these booths, and they've got their offering, their menus, and I mean, you can get it all at the Putnam County Fair if you want to eat whatever you need to eat.
You know, every year when Becky and I get through with the Saturday night horse show, we want to go to the general store. And so all night I thought, oh, well, this is not a problem. I'll go tomorrow.
Yep. Well, you have to come back Monday night, beauty pageant. They're going to be restocked. Well, I went in there and got some banana nut bread yesterday. Oh, it was good. I was going to take some home, but Janice lost out again because I ate the whole thing before I got there. Of course, I didn't get home at 2 o'clock in the morning. She may not have been interested in banana nut bread anyway at that time.
Probably not.
Probably not.
And there's a pretty view of the Ferris wheel.
Oh, yeah. That's a giant wheel. We're really, really glad that that's back at the Putnam County Fair. That was in Atlanta last year at the Olympics.
Oh, really?
That's why it was out here. It was here the year before last, and they brought it back up here. United Shows did, and it's just a real centerpiece of the Midway. You get up there on top, and you can see a long way. I'm going to ride that tomorrow with my grandson, Cameron. He'll probably want to ride it about 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when it's 110 degrees on top, and we'll get stopped up there.
Well, Neil Bly took my little boy to the Midway Thursday night when you first opened it. And Neil told him, said, well, that's the only thing I'll ride. And Chandler, so little, he looked up and said, He just kept going. But now Becky, she loves those kind of rides.
I think we're fixing to get started here. We've got a lot of radio traffic going on.
And we've got one more class after this, the
pole bending.
Now, what is pole bending?
Well, I explained that a few minutes before you got back. And I'll explain it again before we start. It's exciting, that's what it is.
Well, good.
Well, we're just trucking along here. I think we're getting ready. Oh, they're going to try the timer one more time. They think they got it worked. Boy, look at that moon. Isn't that a beautiful moon over the Putnam County Fair tonight? It is a moon, isn't it? Yeah, it's outside the stage. It's not a spotlight. Isn't it a moon?
That is a moon.
Yeah, full moon.
They had a spotlight on us earlier tonight.
Well, it's over here.
No, we had a bright one in here. But
that is a moon.
Is that a harvest moon?
I don't know. It's a pretty moon.
Now, the agriculture...
You going to sing to me? Is that what you're leaning into? You're going to sing our...
No, my music's gone.
Oh.
The music's unplugged. Now, are all the agriculture entries already in?
They came. A lot of them come in today. We still have a few for the 4-H, some 4-H exhibits to come in. But most of the agriculture entries are in. All of our crafts, the building, we had a lot of entries come in this morning.
And they judged them today?
They judged them today. The ribbons have been awarded, and folks can go through and observe that and look at it. We had a lot of great stuff come in this year.
And what time do you open the women's building tomorrow?
Everything will open up tomorrow around 1 o'clock. Our family day starts at 1 with a picnic, and we serve fair boards providing the beverages, iced tea, lemonade, coffee, and then homemade ice cream. You bring your picnic lunch, and then we're going to have some games. We'll open up the exhibit areas, and then the midway starts at 3, and Then our gospel concert starts at 7.
Great. Now, how late will the women's building stay open?
The women's been, I believe, well, we usually shut the exhibit areas down about 11 o'clock. And that way our exhibitors can go home and get some rest and come back tomorrow.
And read that.
Yeah.
But that's good to know, so that if you're out there and you want to come down tomorrow, come out about 1 o'clock. And if you want to wait until it cools off in the evening, they'll be open till 11.
I think the midways run until 10 tomorrow night, and then we usually keep the exhibit areas open, you know, until 11 or until the crowd dies down. I think that we had a 21-327.
21-327. Next is Wade Powell.
That was 21 and 327 thousandths of a second. So now we're going to get another exhibitor here. It's going out. What's happening here is they're across the timeline. They make a right turn, then they'll make a left turn, then they'll go make a second left turn, and then run back to the finish. There's one little event or one little situation that's kind of hampering this event tonight, and that is that the arena is really hard right now in the center. That was an 18.792
That's fast.
seconds. That was pretty quick, and we need to, before Thursday night, we're going to try to get a machine in here and kind of break the soil up. We need to get like 2 or 3 inches of loose soil so these horses can get some real good traction. If we had the arena, was able to break the arena up a little bit, especially where they're making these turns, you probably see some times in the 16, 17 second range.
Is that right?
Maybe even a little quicker. Now there she knocked down one barrel. That's a 5-second penalty.
Ooh.
So whatever her time is, they'll add 5 seconds. But the arena is a little hard, and we, with the rain we had, and then we had it packed down hard for the concert last night, we did not have a chance to break up the arena surface and get the traction that these horses need to really go fast. So one of the rules of this horse show is you knock down a barrel, you don't get a 5-second penalty, you get disqualified. You're out here. I have the horse show committee set the rules that normally if you knock one down, it's a 5-second penalty. That takes you out of there anyway, usually. I mean, you rarely can win with that kind of a penalty.
Now, we noticed that
There, she knocked one down.
you seem to have, at first it looked like there were more women, more lady riders in here than men, but maybe it's equal. But, I mean, is this becoming more and more of a ladies' sport?
Oh, this is. See, the barrel racing is at most shows and rodeos. See, the barrel racing in the PRCA, the Professional Rodeo Cowboy Association, is where the ladies participate. That's the only event that they have is barrel racing. And at the professional level like that, it's all ladies. When you watch the National Finals Rodeo, it's carried the first and second week in December from Las Vegas. It's a very popular event. And you watch the ladies get out there. Of course, they compete all year round. And then the top 15 money winners go to Las Vegas and compete for the big money and prizes. But this is big ladies event, the barrel racing.
I told Becky earlier, and I don't know if you were here or not, and some of our listeners at home may not have heard, but Terry Adams won the Tennessee High School Rodeo Queen this year.
Right.
And represented Tennessee at the Nationals and placed very, very high. But now, they judge them on barrel and poles. So is this the same pole thing we're going to see here in a few minutes?
Well, Terry Adams does both speed events, and she does them very well, and she especially barrel racing. And her mother, Debbie, was a big-time barrel racer, and in some of the professional levels. So she's kind of following her mother's footsteps. But, yes, they run in speed events. And pole bending is in the AQHA and
is that the
shows.
Same thing we're going to see in it?
Right. They don't do that at the professional rodeo.
Oh, okay.
The professional rodeos do the barrel racing. They don't do the pole bending. And you can see some very fast horses. I mean, and see the horse has to take off and has to slow down, make the turn, like this horse is making the turn here. Then it's got to accelerate again to the next barrel, then make a turn again without knocking the barrel over, and then turn around and run to the wire now. And he's pulling him up. Now we're going to check the brakes.
19.027.
That was a 19.027. You know, that was a pretty good time. 19
we still
seconds.
have 18.
We still have an 18. And now we're going to get another contest here. They're starting to break up the ground around the barrel a little bit, so the times could start to get a little quicker.
So really, in this case, it's to your advantage if you run last.
Well, in this case, because of the condition of the arena, they're breaking it up a little bit. Normally, when you're in a competition, you know, at a show or at a rodeo, they'll work the horse after every 10 horses, and usually the first horse out will have a very good time, very good traction, because what happens is the arena starts to get deeper around the barrels. 18.764 there. But what happens is the soil, when it's broken up around the barrel, as the more horses go, the deeper it gets. Then they can get bogged down just a little bit, the tighter they turn.
I've seen videos of Terry on the barrel. I mean, you wonder how will that horse ever get back up.
Right. Sometimes they really dig in when they turn.
Yeah.
And see, that's one of the things they can't do here tonight because this surface is so hard. But like I said, we're going to try to break it up for the county horse show Thursday night. I'll tell you, one of the most difficult things at any horse show, and I think in the walking horse business you face the same thing, is the arena preparation. Yeah. And with the quarter horse situation and these type of events, every event takes a little bit different preparation. And it is a major responsibility to get the arena prepared. And what happened here, I mean, just at the Putnam County Fair, when we came in here Thursday morning to get ready for motorcycles, we had water standing at this end because of that big rain Wednesday night. Well, then what happened, we got that worked out and we had the motorcycle race. Then last night, we graded it down and had it for the concert because we had seating out there. And, of course, you want to have it nice and smooth. And then today, the sun came out and baked that surface, made it even harder. We worked the rails for the rail classes, but we didn't have a piece of equipment that could come in, and we could not have a piece of equipment that would come in here and break up that center surface. So it kind of put a little damper on this event here and on the pole bending, but we're going to try to work it up before next week because the soil here in this arena, you know, you've shown in here, you know, for years been around it, it gets very, very hard, and you can't just disc it up. I mean, you've got to have a machine that will actually dig it. And so, but we don't want to dig it just for the quarter and the western classes. We've got to keep it somewhat hard, you know, a stable surface for the walking horses. See, so.
But you know, that's kind of funny because all of your barrel racing horses really need that softer, but not too soft. But with walking horses, you have some horses that perform better on a hard surface and some that prefer the real soft.
Right.
So it's hard to find a happy medium.
Right. So it's, like I said, it's a very difficult job to prepare the arena.
Yeah.
And Richard Brown out here at Hyder Burks will tell you that. Any arena that has horse shows, everything is a little different, and it's always changing.
I've had trainers that would say, okay, when you go in the ring, get right next to the rail, it's softer.
Right.
Or maybe a different horse, they'll say, okay, get out a little bit, it's a little harder there, you need to be on a hard surface. So it would be impossible for you to get this ready for all the variety of horses that you have out here.
Right. I hope the folks in the background can hear the PA mic as we're going through this. They're hearing the times. We're not ignoring the times, but I think the PA is loud enough. I'm hoping they're picking it up. You're right, Debbie. And the other thing that changes is humidity in the air will change the soil condition virtually every hour. So it gets, you know, you bring in moisture, you put down water, and you wonder how fast the water is going to evaporate out. So it's you know, it's a really tough job to maintain an arena. But now with the new stage here, the fortunate thing is we have a completely open arena. So we can do a lot of different things. And we've already had some discussion within the horse show committee about doing some things to the dirt in the arena and working with it, you know, where it will be easier to work with. It'll still work with all the different horses and all the different classes, but it'll be a lot easier to work with, you know, from a compaction standpoint. But those are things that just take time. I mean, you do it over time. tomorrow night we have another, with the gospel singing, we'll have people sitting out there. And they like a nice smooth surface, so, you know. Becky just asked about the grass. Well, let me tell you about the grass, Becky.
What grass?
Yeah.
There was grass out there.
No, but we were going to paint the dirt green.
Are you really?
No. The problem we have is this fairgrounds, with all the improvement we've made, and with the
That's the fastest.
to pave the
18568.
with the pavement and things like that, we're getting a lot more use. We have events that go on out here clear up through the end of June. And in fact, we even have one event, a truck pull in July, a monster truck pull. Well, the fairgrounds is rented by the county, you know, and the fair board has the use of the grounds for the month of August. Well, come in here in the second week in July or whenever the event takes place and then try to plant grass in the main arena and get it to grow in July and August. It's not going to happen. And these other events that are held here throughout the year, a lot of them, you know, like the pulls and the races and stuff, I mean, the grass is not going to grow anyway, and it dies out. Plus, we don't have a watering system. I mean, grass takes water, and you got to be able to keep a lot of water on it. So we just decided when we moved the stage up here, and we talked to Perry Bartlett, the fairgrounds manager, and we just decided that it was just basically a waste of money to try and plant grass. You know, but it would look nice, but also then grass, if you have grass out there, it takes out some of the versatility, because we couldn't run like this kind of a race. You know, we can't. You really, I mean, running these horses on this hard surface is difficult. Running them on grass is nearly impossible because they will slip, especially if on a humid night like tonight the grass is a little damp. Then it can almost get to the point of being dangerous.
Well, and I know that most of the general public that's aware of what you're doing with the fairground and leasing it out throughout the year is so happy, because it's a total waste to not use such a wonderful facility, and you've made so many great improvements.
We're getting, with the improvements that we made and with the stage, we're getting a lot of interest. Folks are calling up. They're wanting to come out, use the fairgrounds. We've got some folks right now putting together a Halloween concert, and they're going to have like a haunted house in the North Grandstand and have a big concert, like I believe it's going to be a rock and roll concert. You know, they're trying to put it together, and we're getting a lot of interest. You know, what you have to do is, the first thing you have to take is your facility, and you've got to make it where it will accommodate many different types of events. And we have here, if you look at this arena now with the improvements and the paint and cleaning it up and the stage and the pavement and stuff, we have a very versatile venue, probably the most versatile venue in Middle Tennessee. This venue will seat, if you don't use arena seating, it will seat 7,500 to 8,000 people in the grandstands. You can put 3,000, 3,500 people in the arena if you set the chairs up. We had 2,500 chairs in the arena last night, and it wasn't even 2/3 full. So, you know, it's a situation where we can do everything from concert to studio. So what we're going to do is we're getting more and more interest now, because we've hit the pavement, and when the Midway isn't here, we have unlimited parking. I mean, you have lots of parking on the West End. Say something, Debbie.
I was just thinking that...
Debbie's going to sleep over here.
No, I'm just sitting here thinking that this is wonderful to not only be using the fairground for some other purpose than just 1 week out of the year. And you look at what Nashville's done and how they've promoted their fairgrounds and used it every month for the flea market and different things, that it's really wonderful to see this happening. And if you've not been here, you've not seen all the improvements, you need to come and see, because the fairgrounds looks, I probably shouldn't say this, but it looks better than it's looked in 20 years.
Well, I'm sure the Fair Board appreciates you saying that. Well, I haven't been here for 20 years, so I can't say what it looked like 20 years ago. I did have some folks tell me
things like that.
Well, you know, it's okay.
No, it's telling my age.
Well, I tell you, I had some folks come out before the fair and since the fair started, and they told me that the fairgrounds looks as good as it did the day it was new. And I don't know how old it is.
I don't either.
But I think, you know,
I wasn't here.
Yeah, I'm thinking it was built after the fairgrounds burned over on Maple Street. I think it came over here sometime in the 50s.
I wasn't here. No, I wasn't.
Well, I was here. I was here. I was somewhere else.
19:44. I think our fastest time so far is 18:8. Let's see, 18:68. I think so far is our fastest time.
Yeah, that was pretty quick, given this arena surface. I think that was the last competitor. And now we're going to get set up for the pole bending. And the folks are coming out through the arena gate and bringing the pole out.
Now, I have seen this, but I really don't understand.
You'd like this.
I think I would.
This is quick. You'd like this. It really shows the versatility of the animal. When they start to weave in and out through the poles, and the poles are 10 feet apart, and you're moving at a rapid rate of speed, it's pretty quick. When you got to zig in and out 10 feet.
You know, we've been laughing about Wayne Neighbors riding adventures. He was telling about riding on a horse until the stopwatch came out and pulled the plug. But Chandler, and this is one of the difference in walking horses and Western horses, quarter horses, is that the way we ride. Western people ride with one hand down, relaxed, to hold the rope, ready to rope. Where the walking horse people are supposed to ride using both hands on the rein. And Chandler got on a little coin horse. Oh, he was so little. And he just started learning how to ride. This has been about 3 years. And the first thing he did was put that hand straight down.
See? You're going to have to get a quarter horse. Chandler's got to have a quarter horse.
Oh, no.
Got to have a quarter horse.
But
now you'll see here in the barrel racing, they ride with both hands. See, they ride with a single rein. This is not a split rein in the barrels. In the barrels and the roping events, they ride with it's not a piece rein. It's a one-piece rein, and they will ride in this event with two hands, whereas in the pleasure class they're split reins, a two-piece rein, and you can ride either California style, or you can ride with the standard style, the Western style is with just one hand with the other hand to your side, or a California style you can have the reins together and hold them clear out at the end with your offhand, but you still can only control the horse with one rein.
Is that
with
right?
one hand, yeah.
And that's to show that you've got the free hand to do the roping with. And
Well, that's in the pleasure class, yeah. I mean, it's basically in the pleasure class. You want to be able to control the animal with just one hand. You're cueing with your feet and with your hand with the reins.
so it's the same thing with any horse.
Right.
You're riding with your body and cueing with your legs.
Right. Your hands are very important in all types of riding, and as far as sensitivity. And because with most you're dealing with the horse's mouth, and you want to be very sensitive to the horse's mouth, and the reins are just a cue. You shouldn't have to really pull on them to get them to stop. You just kind of cue them to stop. So here we got the poles, and we're getting ready to shoot. If we can get a shot from our stage camera right down the center of the arena, they're going to get a good view of this because they've got the pole lined up right down through the center, right in front of our camera. So I think they'll come around in the truck here in a minute. And right now we got a good view of the grandstand, and we still have a few people here. Yep, it's coming up on 12:30. I look up there, the Western dance is still going strong. There's a view from the side camera in the grandstand. Now you see they'll go around the end pole. Now they'll start back. Here's your end shot. Now watch this. Watch how the horse works. Now those poles, folks, are 10 feet apart. Now they'll turn around the end pole, and they'll start back. Right, left, changing leads, right. Now they'll come around. Uh-oh, knocked one, knocked two down. Now that would normally be a 10-second penalty, 5 for each pole. Then they come back to the end. See, that's a great shot. You can see as you shoot down the poles like that, you can see the horse actually moving in and out and weaving through the poles.
It's really pretty.
Yeah, we got to wake Becky up. She's about to go to sleep over there. She went and got me some water here. I was having a little dry throat spell.
Goodness gracious.
Did a good job and appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And
buddies over there in the Meadows home showed me where it was.
That's good.
Gary.
They're all taking a break. That's a backstage sanctuary.
Yeah, it's great though. It's nice.
Oh yeah, they've done a really good job. And the air conditioning works very, very well.
Yeah, it does. It's great.
It is very cool in there.
Yeah. Very cool indeed.
Now we're going to get set up here. Here we go again. We're coming down.
It's a beautiful horse, too.
All right, now watch. We're going to get a side view here. They're going to shoot. All right, there you go. Now here he comes again. Look here. Right at you. Now those poles are 10 feet apart and weaving in and out. Now around the end pole. Make the turn. Go back.
It looked like it cut out pretty wide.
That's because of the traction on the surface.
That's it.
Yeah. And now he's coming to home. He's got a clean run. This is a good run right here.
26-0 something.
Now, see, if we had the arena and had the surface broken up with this pole pattern, it's quite a ways down there, but you'd still see times under 20 seconds. Somewhere in the 20, maybe 20, 22 seconds.
Now, is there any possibility of having just a Western night?
Well, we did it a few years ago. They had that on Tuesday night.
Right.
We had a Western quarter horse show on Tuesday night, and it happened for a few years, and then they, well, of course, we ended up with a carnival contract with the United Shows, and we have the Tuesday night concert.
Well,
So-
but I'm thinking, you know, you were talking about having to prepare the ring in different ways, and you could probably add more events like this in a Western
Yeah.
show. I mean, there are several events like this.
Yeah, I mean, we could have roping.
Right.
I mean, we could have team roping. We could have a rodeo.
Right.
For that, you know, from that standpoint. The problem that we have is that we have events on every night, and we don't have a lot of free nights.
Right.
And of course, you know, like there we moved this up to the first weekend, and that worked very well. Got a lot of our Shelbyville folks can come by, and they did come out instead of going to Shelbyville. You know, of course, they don't go to Shelbyville until next week, so that worked really well for them. And you know, that's what we want to try to do. We want to try to have events that we're going to get good participation, and we're going to get folks to come and watch.
Right.
And I still hear the music from the other stage. So the Western dancing is still going strong. And you folks tune in Tuesday night, and we're going to WCTU show 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a beautiful run right there. Look at that. Oh,
coming right at us. There he
is
comes.
coming right at us. Whoa. That's beautiful. Beautiful saddle, too.
These folks have spent a lot of time training and preparing these animals, these athletes, to come out here. And these animals are athletes to do this, you know.
Well, and the riders, you have to be a pretty athletic rider, too, to compete in something like this, don't you?
And you got to keep it together, as they say. I mean, you know, you've got to give the directions. And there's a lot of turns here. And these poles, those poles are basically a PVC pipe, and they're on kind of a rubber molded base. Not very heavy. Doesn't take much to move them over, knock them over. I mean, I've got weights in the bottom of them.
Valeria, why do you do this?
Do what?
Why are you so involved with the fair? I mean, what got you involved with it in the first place?
Well, I used, for years, I'd come out, since we came to, well, going back before I even got into horses, before we lived here, we moved to Cookville in '82. We just enjoy the fair. I mean, we enjoy going, and when our children were younger, and we'd take them out there, and we just really enjoyed the fair. Then when I came to Cookville and I got involved in the quarter horse business and was actually living out a lifelong dream of being able to own horses, we came to the fair and we competed. And I just think that the fair is a tremendous environment for the families. It's still part of our heritage. It's part of not only modern day America, but America of old, when we built this country. And you see a lot of things here at this country that are at the fair that actually built this country. You see horses, you see mules, mule teams, you see antique tractors. And then you see modern things like concerts, and we've got some equipment over here in the industrial exhibit, some robotic equipment. But I just think that the fair is part of the community, and I think that you know, you know, fairs across the country have been suffering from lower attendance, and our fair was doing the same thing. And it's primarily because agriculture, which most fairs were based on originally, has also declined over the years. There aren't as many farms as there used to be. So, you know, agriculture declines, the fairs have declined. So what fairs had to do is kind of change their mixture. They have to, you have to address the customer. It's a marketing decision. The people who come out have to provide them something they want to see. And that's what fairs are trying to do. And my interest is I just think the Putnam County Fair is a great thing. And I want to be involved in it. And last 2 years I have
well,
been.
You've done a great job.
Well, the whole fair board has just done an excellent job. And we just, the county road department, the county maintenance, the sheriff's department have all been extremely helpful in getting things done for us here at the fairgrounds. Fair board has provided the materials, and a lot of times they've helped us with the labor. And so it's, you know, I mean, we bought all this paint to paint this place, and it really looks good. But somebody had to take the paint from the can to the building.
Right.
And the county maintenance has been very helpful in doing that. So it's a situation. I just think that it's, you know, I'm just refusing to let go of this part of American heritage.
Right. And I'm so
you know,
glad.
you have to stand up, and a group of other folks on the fair board, they're just refusing to let go. I mean, we could all let go and just let it die.
Right.
And then everybody sit around and have fond memories of the Putnam County Fair. But those of us on the fair board and several others who participated as volunteers, we have over 400 volunteers that make up the Putnam County Fair. That's the heart of the Putnam County Fair. If you could have been here this morning when they were doing all the entries in the women's building, and I mean, just see our volunteers and the folks that have come out year after year after year. This is the heart of the fair. And, you know, those of us in the fair board, we don't want to let it die.
Right.
You know, we don't want it to be a fond memory. We want it to be an active, living thing. And that's what it is. And last year we had a great fair. We tried a lot of new things. This year we've made some more adjustments. Change is never easy for anybody to accept. But in the long run, the goal is to try and promote the fair and make the fair bigger and better and make it more, there's more activities for the family.
Right.
Bring the children out, enjoy yourself.
And as you mentioned, even making this a useful facility throughout the year, and not just, I know at one time there was talk within the community that what prime valuable property this was to be tied up for 1 week during the year. But it's really not that. I mean, if you're
right.
leasing out for other things, and now that you have this permanent stage here, I mean, it's amazing what you could bring in here.
Right. It is very valuable property. It's got some logistical problems with the fact of the entrance and exits.
Right.
But there's going to be some road improvement, as I understand it, in the plan, both city and county, to try and take care of some of that. The problem that our fair has here, the other events that come here and will come in the future don't face some of the same problems that we do, but they will. It primarily has to do with parking.
Right.
We have 32 usable acres here on the fairgrounds. These buildings cover about a third of it. Then our midway takes up another third. So we only end up with about a third that we can park on. And when we go to the Tennessee Association of Fair State Convention, we find out that fair counties smaller than us have a minimum of 50 to 60 acres, minimum. And we have 32. So, you know, our problem is size of the grounds. This area here that we've improved, we made all these improvements, it is going to make it more attractive for events to be here year-round, you know, except for maybe the real cold months during January and February. But when those events, concerts and rodeos and whatever would have to come in here, you have got plenty of parking from the concessionary all the way to Bunker Hill Road. And you park a lot of cars here.
Right.
But, you know, so it's kind of a mixed bag. There's been some discussion about moving the fair.
Yes, I've heard that.
And that may become a reality at some point. I don't know. You know, there's been no vote or anything on the commission to do that. But in the case of some of these improvements we made, like this stage here could be, you know, disassembled and moved to a new fairgrounds. We build it that way. We build it so, yes, this concrete floor that's in the stage is all steel and concrete. This concrete floor that's in here just lifts right out. and the concrete pillars it sits on, you can just pick the steel building right up and just haul it off. We can take the roof off if we need to. I mean, it went up, it's a steel building, and we can disassemble it and bring it down, you know, and move it. So we can move it to a new fairgrounds, and we designed that just in case we had to move it.
Right.
And it's designed to sit on a flat surface, so we built a foundation. We had an 8-foot fall from the front of the stage to the back with this ground surface that we're on, the slope. But if we go to new fairgrounds, we could have a level spot. It's set right down on a level spot. So I mean, we've put some versatility into this stage. This side ramp over here on the south side, the stairway comes off. These 2 front railings come off, and we can back a semi in here like we did last night to load and unload concert equipment, or other types of things that have to get on the stage. So we've tried to design into this stage a lot of versatility plus movability in case we end up moving the fairgrounds at some point in time.
Well, that's good, and that, you know, I think people would be comforted to know that it's an investment that is long-lasting, that no matter where you are, you know.
Oh, it's like I said, it's steel and concrete. It'll be here for a long time.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, I love it. I think it adds so much, and there's so many improvements that are just recognizably obvious when you come in, and you all are to be commended for that. And like you said, you know, you have so many volunteers who work constantly to help out, and we can understand that as a TV station, and that we rely heavily on volunteers. So we appreciate the people who have tuned in tonight, and I know you appreciate all the folks who have helped make this fair come about.
We're very pleased so far. Right now, after 3 nights, it looks like our gate attendance is run a little over 2,000 ahead of last year. So we're very, very pleased that people are responding positively to in a positive manner, our show schedule.
That's great.
And we want to invite you, and you all be back.
Oh, well, we will.
We will. Lots. Hey, there we are. We're all still awake. Debbie's and Wayne neighbors.
Wayne's over here.
Wayne's working in his sleep.
Even though he's turned off all the music equipment.
Yes, I can believe that.
Serenade us. You get on out here.
Wayne's fixing to go home.
I'm heading to Poplar Grove, and the Debbie lives out just past me. I told her I would tell her honk, and she went by, but I'll probably be late. I'll just be in bed. I'll just be cocked out, and I will never hear. You know what I mean? Mercy.
I do. Well, thank you. You did a great job.
Hey, thank you. We'll be back. Well, I'm here actually every night getting these guys food orders and stuff. But we'll be back next Thursday night for the show. And you and I are going to play one then, huh?
Absolutely.
All right. Sweet Home Alabama, is that what it is?
You got to do that one now. Don't forget. Oh, man. They won't let us forget.
We'll do it.
All right.
We'll do it.
All right, Debbie, what's fast time?
Fastest time on the pole was 24:991.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got anything you want to say?
Hey, thanks for letting me come up and fill some time, Becky, while you took a break.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, everybody, if you're still up and you're still listening, you know, support public television in the Upper Cumberland, become a member of the Channel 22 family, and so they can continue to bring you events such as the Putnam County Fair. And come out and enjoy the fair in person. We got 7 more big nights of great entertainment coming your way.
Absolutely. We want you to be with us, and tune in tomorrow night for some great shows from PBS, and then we'll be back here Monday night with Fair Pageant. But you really ought to be here tomorrow night for that great gospel music. Thanks so much. See you later. It won't be here. Larry will be here.
Tonight's live coverage of the Open to the World Horse Show is underwritten local by McWilliams Realty and Auction, selling the Upper Cumberland for over 20 years. McWilliams features family and executive homes, land, farms, and commercial property. McWilliams Realty and Auction, South Willow Avenue, Cookeville. Their goal is your satisfaction. And by Wilmoth Insurance Agency Incorporated, an